Hello everyone, welcome to a class of JavaScript beginners tutorial for learning to program in JavaScript. So if you're planning to learn JavaScript, then you are in the right place because in this particular class, we will cover everything to get you started with JavaScript. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. Introduction to JavaScript, writing the first code in JavaScript, description about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, downloading and installing VS Code, writing JavaScript inside VS Code, understanding JavaScript console API, ways to write the JavaScript, variables and comments, different types of data in JavaScript, learning about operators, functions, about the conditional statements, loops in JavaScript, array methods, string methods, and the DOM manipulation in JavaScript. After completing this class, you will be able to write code in JavaScript, install VS Code in your PC or laptop, learn about operators, learn about different kind of variables, learn about loops, understand about different methods, do DOM manipulation. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you'll have class project. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project and you can do practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I am always there for you to help you. So now let's start learning JavaScript together. Hello everyone, and I'd like to welcome you all to our first chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now, as we are just getting started, this is our chapter number 1, where I'll be giving you guys an introduction to JavaScript. Okay, so we will see in this particular class that what we are going to learn throughout this whole tutorial, the things about what we are going to learn. I'll just give you guys a little brief about each and everything over here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So the topic is unlocking the power of JavaScript, a comprehensive beginner's guide. So if you do have any kind of previous experience or whether you do have any kind of previous experience on programming, it doesn't matter because throughout this tutorial, I'm going to take out this class with very basic examples and with very basic things. Okay. So if you are very new to programming as well, you can join this particular class and you can just start your first programming journey with this particular tutorial. So, the first topic is introducing JavaScript, a powerful language. So, JavaScript is basically a dynamic, object oriented programming language that has become an essential tool for web development. So, using JavaScript, we guys can basically do web development, and also there are also different websites or there are different powerful languages as well, such as there is Python, okay, and also there are different languages. So we will be learning about JavaScript right over here, okay. So if you're working with JavaScript, if you do have any previous knowledge about HTML or CSS, then it will be a bit easier. But I'm not telling that you have to know only. But if you do have any kind of previous knowledge about programming, then that is just a plus point for you. Okay. And if you don't have that as well, no problem. We will just start with the very basic over here. So, as this is an essential tool for web development, it basically enables interactivity, animation, and also dynamic content on website, which actually helps to make the user experience more engaging. Okay, so using JavaScript, you will be able to make your website more interactive. You can add animation and also you can create some dynamic content for your website, which actually increases the UX experience and make it more interactive between the user. So the next point over here is understanding the basics of JavaScript. So in this particular tutorial, we will explore the fundamental syntax. So we will know what a syntax is, different kind of data types where you guys store your information or store your datas, okay, of JavaScript. We will be covering that. We will learn that what is a variable, what is a function, how to use a conditional statement, and also different kind of loop. Let's say you want to have a particular answer on a regular basis or on a loop you want it to print. It will also show you how to use a loop, which actually form the building blocks of any JavaScript program. So the things which we have mentioned, like the variable, different kind of functions, using conditional statement and using loop, will basically give you guys a basic idea about how to work with JavaScript programming. So these are mainly the building blocks of JavaScript programming. And the next point over here is mastering the JavaScript functions. Okay, so functions are the building blocks of JavaScript. So they allow you to encapsulate and reuse code. If you do want to encapsulate or reuse a particular mate code, you will be able to do that over here. We'll delve into function declarations, function expressions, and arrow functions. And also, we will be discussing different parameter passing and also about the return values. Okay, so we will learn what expression is, how to use a function expression, what is a arrow function, okay, and how you will be able to use the function declaration. We'll be learning and covering each and everything. I'm not expecting you to understand me just by telling you what all these things are, but just for your knowledge that you guys know that what all we are going to cover throughout this tutorial. So for now, just have a basic idea what all we are going to learn. And after that, once we move deep into our classes, you guys will be able to relate with all of these things individually. So the next point over here is manipulating the DOM or the document object model with JavaScript. So as I've already told you guys that the full form of the DOM is document object model, which is a crucial concept in JavaScript. So here, basically what happens is that you do have a particular JavaScript which you try to manipulate if you do have a mm, particular data type. If you want to change that particular data type, you guys will be able to do that inside that. Like you will be able to select that particular thing, and later on, you guys can modify. If you do want to manipulate, you guys can manipulate the HTML elements using the JavaScript. So overall, it actually enables the dynamic and the responsive web pages. Okay, so it is quite a helpful thing we will be learning, which is the document object model. So the next thing over here is handling events in JavaScript. Okay, so events are the backbone of the interactive web applications. Okay, so these are basically the backbone of an interactive web application. Over here, we will explore how you can listen and respond to user interactions.
Okay, so over here we will learn and explore how you can actually listen and respond to the UI. Okay, such as how you will be able to respond to clicks, how you will be able to respond to key phrases, and basically form submissions, allowing for a real-time user experience. So we will also learn how to actually handle those events in JavaScript. And the next point here is asynchronous JavaScript with callbacks and promises. So JavaScript is asynchronous by nature, which can be challenging to manage. We'll cover the callbacks, promises, and async or await, which are basically essential for handling asynchronous operations like API calls and data fetching. Okay, so we'll also learn about this particular topics, and we will also explore the power of JavaScript in libraries and framework. As this is a very big level of programming, okay, this language is quite vast. So they do have their own ecosystem of libraries and frameworks. Okay, so we do have the React.js, okay, we do have the Angular, we do have the Vue.js, which provide some pre-built solution and some of the best practices for building complex web application. And under that, we also do have the Node.js. You guys can actually use that as well. Like you guys can basically explore. And for the next thing over here is that using all of these solutions, okay, all of these pre-built solutions and all of using all of these best practices, you guys can actually build some complex web application. So eventually, throughout our classes, we will learn about the benefits, and also I'll be telling you guys that how to get started with all of these libraries and these frameworks. So lastly, I would like to say that in this tutorial, we will be exploring the fundamentals of JavaScript, its key concept, and also its powerful capabilities by mastering JavaScript. So you will be able to create some dynamic, interactive, and responsive web applications that engage and delight users. So we will totally get started with JavaScript from our next chapter. We will explore all the fundamentals of JavaScript, understand about all the key concepts, what are the powerful capabilities of this particular language, and also how you will be able to create some dynamic, interactive, and responsive web application that your user are able to engage and be delighted. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to our second chapter of the JavaScript Beginners Tutorial. So now in our chapter number 2, I'll be showing you guys by writing the first code in JavaScript. So I'll be telling you guys that how you will be able to write the first code in JavaScript, and also we're gonna learn about some different things of understanding about JavaScript, like how it is used, okay, and in what cases you guys can use JavaScript for your programming. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the homepage of my Google search engine. So this is the homepage of the Google Chrome. And you guys might be thinking, well, we are going to learn programming, but you don't have an IDE or you don't have an integrated development environment like any app where I can run my code. Okay. So the first programming, what we're gonna learn over here is basically we're gonna do that in our search engine or any kind of website. Okay, so if you do want to come to any of other website, you guys can also do that, and I'll be showing you guys how you guys can do that. So let me just type over here like google.com, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see that I do have this Google browser right over here as well. So to start coding inside your computer, what you guys can do is you guys can right click, and now you guys can basically view this particular page source. Okay, so over here you guys can see this is the source of this particular page, and as you guys can see, this particular page is an HTML page. Okay, so over here you guys can see there are HTML codes, and also right over here we do have our CSS code. Okay, so we need to basically understand the usage of all of these things, like what a CSS code does. Okay, so CSS code basically helps you to actually design your page. Like if you do have any kind of designs like color, the type of fonts which you're used, okay, those are used for that. And also if you want to create a website, in that particular case you do need three things. Okay, you need to learn three basic language. One is HTML, other one is CSS, and lastly you need to know about JavaScript as well. Okay, so if I just come over here and if I just go into any other websites, okay, let's go to this pixels.com right over here on my PC. Like I can show you guys few of the examples over there. Otherwise, I can show you guys in this particular website of Google as well. Okay, so you guys can come here, and if you do want to view this page's source, you guys can see I do have the source of this page right over here as well. Okay, so this is a normal HTML page. Here you guys can see I do have that particular code right over here, and the same way if you do want to go to the home page, you guys can see this is basically the home page. If you want to view the source page, here you guys can also view the source page, and also it's coding right over here. Okay, so let me just delete this one. Here you guys can see this page is loading till now. Okay, otherwise you guys can also go to some different websites as well. Okay, so here you do have another website known as freepik.com, from where you guys can actually download multiple videos, multiple photos, and also different kind of vectors. Okay, this is quite an amazing website from where you guys can explore different kind of images and also different kind of vectors. So if you want to view the source page of Freepik as well, here you guys can see I do have the codes of this Freepik. Here you guys can see it does contains the initial scale, the class over here, and also here you guys can see you do have all of this code right over here which you need to use if you're planning to develop a website. Okay, so let me just come here, let me just delete all of this, and let's go to the first code where you will be writing. So you guys can right click over here, and under right click you guys can just click on to the inspect option. And here, as you guys can see, once you click on to this inspect option, here you guys can see under the elements you have a lot of codes. Okay, so here you guys can normally see you do have a normal HTML page right over here, and under this here there are a lot of pages right over here. Okay, you guys can check all of this out. Okay, and here you guys can see that here basically you do have the JavaScript. Okay, so as you guys can see here, this is basically the use of JavaScript. It basically brings strength to your web page. So let me come over here, let me go to the console, and over here you guys can just type alert. Okay, so here you guys can see this particular alert function right over here, and I will just open parenthesis, and the thing using which we start is basically this hello world. Okay, so I will just come here, and if I just click on enter here, you guys can see now in the alert menu, Google shows me the hello world sign. So this is basically from the server side, like you don't need net or you don't need internet to show you guys all of this, because it's basically happening from your end. Like if you don't have any internet connection, you guys can still be able to do all this coding from here. Okay, otherwise the same way what we can do is we guys can come here and we guys can just type console.log. Okay, so console.log, let's open parenthesis, and here you guys will get this one or the answer of your search right over here in the console itself. Okay, now it won't show you in the alert section of the page, but if you click on enter here, you guys can see that it is showing you the result right over here in your console itself. And also using this particular console, you guys can do some basic mathematical equations, like you guys can do addition, you guys can do subtraction, let's say. Okay, if you just come over here, 88 minus 21, if you click on enter here, you guys can see the result right over here as well. And you can do multiplication as well. Okay, you guys can come here, make sure to use asterisk if you do want to multiply. Okay, so let's say 2, and if I click on enter here, you guys can see the answer is 152. And also if you just come over here, and if I do want to divide it, you guys can also do division as well. Okay, so all of this simple mathematical equation, you guys will be able to do it right over here. And if you ask me that, okay, only this much are we going to learn in JavaScript, I'll tell no, because we are just getting started and I'm just giving you guys an intro of how to start your programming in JavaScript. Okay, we are going to learn a lot about this. We will install our dedicated IDE. Okay, I'll show you how to install and download VS Code in your PC as well. Okay, so now over here, let me show you guys other few examples as well. As you guys can see, I do have this particular Google page right over here. And as you guys can see, I do have this Google search button right over here. So if I just come here and if I right click and if I just click on inspect, you guys can see that I do have DOM code of this thing right over here. Okay, so I do have selected the DOM code of this particular button right over here. And here, if you guys take a look, you guys can check out the class, you guys can check out the value. Okay, you guys can also check out the name of this particular thing. So if I just come here, if I just keep my mouse on top of this particular code, okay, this particular DOM code of the button, you guys can see it's the class of this one is .g.no8nb, and you guys can also see the size. So from here, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and now from here I am going to copy this one. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just copy this particular class code, and now let me just go to my console. Okay, and from here let me just clear my console first, and over here now I'm gonna type. So now if I want to get that same code right over here, what I need to do over here is I need to type document dot query selector. Let's open parenthesis, let's open the double quote, and now I will just click on Control V to paste the code right over here. And also we signify class by putting a dot in front. And again, I will just close this one, will double quote, and let me just close this one right over here as well. So as you guys can see right over here, I do have this particular code like document.query selector. And now if I just click on enter, here you guys can see now the reference error document is not defined. Okay, so here it shows me that this particular document is not defined right over here, because now over here under document you guys can see that I did make a spelling error. Okay, so I will just clear the console over here again, and let me just type document dot query selector. Okay, so here you guys can see I already do have query selector. Let's come here and let's open parenthesis. Let's close this down again, and now control V to paste it. And again, let's close down, and let's close down the bracket right over here, and over here I'm gonna put dot to signify. So if I come here and if I just click on enter, you guys can see now the whole code of this particular button is right over here for me, which I can use as well. Okay, so here this is how you guys will be able to target. And also if you do want to click this particular button, what I gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna copy this one. Let's come here, let's paste it. Otherwise, if you do want to copy this, let's say copy, and let's come here, control V. Okay, and after that what I'm gonna do is I can just click on dot click. Okay, so as I do want to click, I will just type dot click. And now let's click on enter. Here you guys can see it is showing me a syntax error. But the same way, if I just come here, let me just type document dot query selector. Okay, query selector. Let's open parenthesis. Let's open this one. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm only going to copy this one. Let's come here. Let's click on Control V. And again, I will just close this thing down, and let's close down this bracket as well. And after that, let's click on dot click, and let's open and close my parenthesis right over here. And if I just come here, you guys can see that I can click this one as well. Like if I click on enter, you guys can see it's showing me an error. So basically over here, you guys might be thinking that why it was showing me an error right over here. Because we need to understand that we don't have anything right over here. So if I just type ABC, let's say, and now if I just come over here and if I just copy this thing using Control C, and now let's come down, Control V, and if I just click enter over here, you guys can see I am able to execute this thing without clicking over here onto that particular button. So you guys will be able to understand in a better way. If I just come over here, let me just close this thing down. Let me just open up a new web page. Let's close this thing down. And over here, now let's go to this particular website, which I do have over here on top as well. So from here also you will be able to download different kind of images, different PDFs, and also different kind of vector images as well. So you guys can check out this particular website. But now let me just tell you one thing. If you do want to come here, let's say if I click this one, I will get this kind of drop down menu right over here. So now let's try to inspect this one. Let's right click, let's click on inspect, and over here basically what you want to do is you want to come here and you want to search for IDs. Okay, so this is also a HTML page. So for that, if you are not able to find it right from here, you guys can just click on Control F. Okay, so while you are over here, let's click on Control F, and you guys can just type ID. Okay, So if you just search ID, you guys can basically see, and you guys can come down and see where all you do have this particular keyword ID. So you guys can come here, and on top, basically you guys can see that here I already do have a ID. I can use that. Otherwise, I can just come down, and also I can just try to search some IDs, because once you put the ID of the page right over here, you will be able to get that particular set of code from there as well. Okay, so let me just click right over here, and let me just try to come down, and over here you guys can see now I do have the iframe ID equals to Google ESF. Okay, so over here now let's come to my console. Let's clear my console right over here, and let's type document document dot, and as I want to get that particular element right from here, I'll just type get element by ID. Okay, so I'll just type get element by ID. Let's open parenthesis right over here, and I will just put single quote. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and I am going to take this one, and let's click on Control C and Control V. Let's close down the quotation, and let's close down my parenthesis from here as well. Okay, so if you want to get the element by the ID, and if I click on enter right now, here you guys can see now I got the element inside this ID function right over here. And also, if you do want to click on that, you guys can just come here, and let's click on copy. Let's come here, Control V, and from here I will just type dot click, and I will just open and close parenthesis right over here. And the same thing, if you click on Control C, let's click enter, Control V. And now if I just click on enter, here you guys will be able to see that you do have clicked on that particular button. Okay, so here you guys can see once you click on that button, you are redirected to this iframe page. Okay, and the ID over here is Google slash ESF. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to use these pages right over here. So I hope you guys do have understood this particular class on how you will be able to create your first JavaScript. Okay, like how you'll be able to program your first JavaScript inside your browser. Okay, and now I have told you guys few of the basic things that you must know before starting for the things what we are gonna learn right now, like how you'll be able to check out any website's code. Okay, so you need to understand that CSS programming is used to design a page, and a JavaScript programming basically brings strength to your page. Okay, it brings some more logic to that. Okay, so we need to understand, and also in our next class we will discuss in depth about all of this topic. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, where I'll be giving you guys a description about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so about each of this topic, we need to understand first before starting to work on the JavaScript language. Like if I give you guys out the intro, if I simplify these things for you, then you will understand it in a better way. And also I'll be telling you guys that how a website works. I'll be making you guys understand that how when you put out anything in your browser, how it actually works inside a system, which will help you in learning any kind of programming language quite easily. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So the first thing over here, let's try to understand that you are trying to make a website, right? Or any kind of web pages by doing front end and also back end programming. So what all you need to build a website? So the first thing you need to build a website is HTML, and then you need CSS for the designing of that particular page. And also after that, you do need the JavaScript to do the scripting. Okay. Or like, let's say you do have a button over here inside your web page, but in that particular button, you want to like design that particular button. And also you want to basically, show drop down options inside that. Okay, it do give more features, so JavaScript is also quite important. Okay, so without HTML, let's say if you're asking me, well, I just want to learn about JavaScript, so can I do or can I build a particular website without HTML or CSS? So if you ask me that, for HTML I will say that no, you guys can't escape HTML. So as we have seen in our last class as well, that while I was inspecting or I was viewing different kind of pages, those all those websites were basically HTML pages, or those codes were written in HTML, and inside that we also got to see they do have CSS and also they do have JavaScript. Okay, so HTML is the major thing without which you won't be able to create any kind of web page or any kind of website. Okay, so HTML is basically the main content. So now next come to the CSS. Now, if you ask me that, well, will I be able to create any kind of website without using CSS? Like I will use only HTML and I won't use CSS or JavaScript. In that particular case, if you ask me, I will tell you yes, but your that particular page or your website which you're creating, it won't look that attractive or it won't look that beautiful. Okay, so using HTML you will be able to create up a website, but it won't be attractive or it won't look beautiful. It will be workable, but it will not look that great. And if you're skipping JavaScript at the same time, you guys will not be able to make it quite interesting. So it's possible to create a website without CSS and JavaScript, but without HTML, there is no website or there is no kind of web pages, which you need to keep in your mind. Okay. So lastly, if you tell me that, well, will I be able to create it without, like, I just want to learn about JavaScript, so can I build a website with only JavaScript? So I'll again say that you won't be able to make a website without HTML, but you can skip the CSS part. So let's try to understand with an example that what is the usage of HTML, what is the use of CSS, and what is the usage of JavaScript in building a particular website. Let's say I am taking an example of a human being. Okay, so if you take a human being, if let's compare HTML as the skeleton of a human being. Okay, so without a skeleton, a man can't be made. Okay, so it actually gives you that particular form the way you are. Okay, a human being, they do have a structure, and the structure is basically given by the skeleton in a human being. Okay, so the skeleton over here, I am telling it is HTML. So you can't think a human being without a skeleton, right? Okay, maybe if you don't have any skeleton of a human being, then you won't be recognized as one. So without a skeleton, you are not a human being. Okay. And the next thing, over here, I am comparing CSS as the skin and the hair. Okay. So you guys can see the complexity, the color of your screen and the hair. So well, you will be able to live without the skin color and the hair. Okay. But you won't be able to live without a skeleton inside yourself. Okay. So what it does, like what the skin and the hair or like the nose and ears, what they do, like they do give you a shape or they do give you a structure to make you more attractive or to make you look good, right? So in that case, I am comparing CSS as the skin, the hair, the nose, let's say the teeth which you have. Okay, like we do have 32 teeth, and you guys like you can maintain your teeth. Like if you do want to put braces on that, so CSS is like that. It's used to design a particular website. Okay, so we need to understand that CSS is used for designing. And lastly, I am comparing the JavaScript as the brain of a human being. Okay, so why I am calling JavaScript as the brain? Because over here we need to understand that JavaScript basically gives life to a website. Okay, let's say it makes it more interactive. Does all the work which is critical. Okay, so JavaScript is basically used in that particular sense. Okay, so what we can conclude from here is HTML is must in website building. So you can't skip HTML while you're creating a website. It's a must. Okay, whether in CSS is the designing of the web page. Let's say if you want to use some different kind of font inside your web page, okay, how you will be able to do that. Let's say you do have a button inside your web page and you want to give that particular button to a different shape, or you want to give that particular button a different color. Inside that you want to use some different kind of font. Okay, so CSS basically does that by designing the web page, and JavaScript helps in client side scripting. If I want to give you guys a small example which is easier to understand, let's say you do have a particular function. Let's say you do have a web page, and in that particular web page what you want to do is you want to click to some button which you have designed using CSS. And once you click that particular button, you want something else to happen. Like from once you click that particular button, you want to get to another page, or you want to get a drop down of different kind of options, or you want to go to some other options. Okay, let's say if you guys have seen in Facebook, like once you're trying to login, like once you click on that login button, once you provide your information, what it does, it takes you to your website, right? Like it takes you to your Facebook account. And if your password or your email ID is wrong, it tells you that password or email ID is wrong. So this is the logical part of the website, which is done by JavaScript. Okay, that's why I was comparing JavaScript as the brain of your website. Okay, so this is quite important to understand what HTML, CSS, and JavaScript role in creating a particular website. So I hope till this much it was clear, like how a website basically needs and how it actually functions, how all these three languages are quite important to play a part. So now let's learn how the websites work. Okay, so it's very important that you understand that how a normal website, let's say whether you go to any web browser, like there are different kind of web browsers in today's time. There is Google Chrome, there is Mozilla Firefox, there is Opera Mini, there is Microsoft Edge. So any kind of search engine you guys can use while you're working. But my work is to make you guys understand that how a website works, that it will be easier for you to do the coding and understand your programming in a better way. As we are getting started with the JavaScript learning or JavaScript programming, so I want you to have a very good basic. Okay. So over here, now you guys can see that I do have a diagram over here, and you guys can basically guess just by looking the diagram, but I'll be explaining you guys this particular diagram in detail. So let's say you are the client. Well, once you're going into search engine to Google or to web, you are a client. So what you're doing is once you're going to the web page or once you're going to the search engine, you are requesting for a website. Let's say you want to go to pixels.com or you want to go to freepik.com. Okay. In that case, what you do is you type that particular thing into the search bar of Google Chrome. Okay. So once you type that particular thing and once you click on search or once you click on enter, it you are basically requesting for a website. Okay. And once you click on enter, what happens? It goes to the web server. Okay. So web server is also a space where they do search a lot of things, and once you put or once you click on enter, they are like they do give a request that, well, this particular guy, let's say your name is Adam, so Adam is going to coming to our search engine, and from here he is basically asking for this particular content. He want to go to pixels.com or he want to go to freepik.com. Okay, so you are basically requesting, and at the same time what it's doing, it is basically going to the web server, and you guys can see before returning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, there is a phase called processing. So once you give this request and once web server receive your particular request, it does the processing. So what is the thing called processing? Let's say your name is Adam. So they're seeing first that, well, you guys must have seen that when you're trying to search in Google Chrome, it will show you that are you logged in? Are you logged in or are you not logged in into your Google account? Okay, so it checks that. It also see what is your IP address. It also see what's your name. It sees that whether your IP address is blocked or not, from where you're basically trying to reach. Okay, they do check a lot of things, and it processes, and once it processes, it returns HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so the web server over here basically returns HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So you are, let's try to understand this part quite nicely. Okay, this part might be a little confusing. Over here, you are requesting inside a search engine and it goes to the web server. So what it does, the web server is returning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to the search engine which you're using. And again, what the search engine over here is doing, that it is not showing you HTML, CSS, or JavaScript code, because so many places, like now you guys know about, well, there is this programming called HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but for most of the people, they just want to search something and they want to see the result, like that particular website. They want to see that particular website or whatever they're searching related that particular thing. So what your search engine is doing is that, well, they decode that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript which is received from the web server, and then it is showing that same thing to the client. Okay, so that's how a website work. So let me just tell you guys once more. First, the client request for a website. Let's say you go into the search bar, you search with some keyword, and after that, it once you put or click on enter, your particular search goes to the web server where they check that is your IP address okay, do you like, are you in blacklist or are you in blocked, or from where you are doing all of this. And after that, web server returns HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to the same website or to the same search engine in which you're working on. And after that, what your search engine does is your search engine basically decodes the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript which it have received from the web server, and it shows you only the result related to that. It doesn't show you the code. Okay, so that's how our website work. I hope you guys to have understood this particular part of how our website work, which will help you later once we move deep into our tutorial. So now let's take a look about all of these websites over here. Like I will just give you guys a small introduction about HTML, CSS, and also about JavaScript. So now first, let's look about HTML. So HTML basically stands for Hypertext Markup Languages. Okay, so the full form of HTML is Hypertext Markup Languages. And basically HTML, it is a standard markup language to give a static skeleton to the web application and the websites. So what do we understand by this particular statement? So it is a standard markup language. Well, it's a standard language used in every kind of website. And without this particular language, without HTML, we won't be able to make any kind of web application or any kind of website, as it is a static skeleton. Okay, so without a skeleton, as a human being can't survive, the same way a web application and a website can't be made without HTML. And HTML also do have a well standardized system which is being used. Like if you do want to create some stunning website, you need to use a web app, like you need to use HTML. And afterwards with CSS and with JavaScript, you guys can make an advanced system, or you can make an advanced web application and website. And HTML, it also have a well standardized system. Okay, so HTML is quite safe, and it also do have a standardized system because it is being used for making websites and web application from a pretty long time. Okay, so it already have developed a standardized system, and it keeps on like doing some new things. It keeps on bringing some new things, and it is updating with the time as well. So HTML is quite a standard system which you have to use once you are creating any kind of web application or any kind of website. So the next thing we're gonna look over here is about CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Okay, so the full form of it is, this is cascading style sheets. So it's a style sheet language. So it is basically a programming language of a style sheet, which is used to handle the presentation of the HTML page. So what we understand by this particular statement? So this is a sheet language used to handle the presentation of the HTML page. So it basically handles how a particular page looks. Let's say if I do have a lot of colors inside my page, or if I am making a website for a particular company who gave me, well, I need these 5 colors and I need all of this logo. Let's say whenever someone opens my website, I want to show them that my logo is going round and round. So I need to make sure that I do put some stunning colors, and also I need to make sure that I also put some stunning text. Okay, so I need to make this particular page quite presentable, that I use some of the colors which is being advised by the client. Okay, whatever he is asking, or if I'm making it for the company, I need to make sure what the company wants, I do that. So I need to make sure that I handle the presentation of the HTML page. As I've already told you, without HTML, a page can't be made, like a website or a web application can't be made. So I'm just handling the presentation or the beauty of the HTML page using the CSS language. Okay, so over here it is basically used for designing what kind of font you're gonna use, what is going to be the size of those fonts, and what is going to be the color. And if I do want to add a button, let's say by default I do have a square button, but over here I want to design the button, I want to put more things towards that. So in that case, the CSS handles all of this. So the last point over here is CSS basically gives good look to a website, and it modernizes its visualization. Okay, so if you look back, let's say if you look 20 years back from now, just check how a website used to look. But now you just check a recent website, maybe from this year or maybe from last year, and you compare both of those websites between the look. Because before, most of the website, it was only HTML based. I'm not telling that the CSS was not used at all, but as we're progressing, we are actually using CSS a lot more. Okay, so it actually gives good look to your website, and also it modernizes is visualization. Okay, it is more visually appealing using the CSS. So we need to understand that. And the next thing with what we're gonna look over here is we're gonna learn about the JavaScript. Okay, so the short form of JavaScript is .js. Okay, so the full form is JavaScript and the short form is JS, and it's a high level dynamic interpreted programming language. So we do have learned about HTML and CSS, that how it is useful. Like using HTML, you won't be able to make it, but it will just give you very basic website. And without CSS, like there won't be any kind of design inside your page because CSS is used for designing your page. But JavaScript over here, it's a high level dynamic interpreted programming language, whereas this is basically known as the brain of your programming or brain of your website. So let's say if you want to go to some other pages, let's say by clicking in one icon you want to go to other part, or let's say you do have a lot of option. If you just click that particular option, you want to have a like different kind of more drop down menus. Okay, so in that case JavaScript helps you to do that. And also it allows the client side scripting to create some dynamic web application and website. Let's say if you like, you will be able to do JavaScript, like you will be able to write JavaScript language if you already don't have any internet connection. Like you will be able to do the client side scripting. Okay, like well, if you won't be able to do the browser side scripting, but you will be able to do the client side scripting from your side as well, which helps you to make some dynamic web application and also websites. So it gives some strength, or it gives more power to your website once you're using JavaScript. So JavaScript is basically famous for 10-15 years from now. Like now in today's time, JavaScript is getting so much recognition. It's becoming one of the important programming languages to learn. Okay, whether you want to do like backend programming, whether you want to do front-end programming, that JavaScript is basically used. Like if you want to create some web pages, let's say you guys can like use node.js, okay, which is node.javascript only. Okay, so these are few of the things which you should know. And now let's try to see a few more things about JavaScript. So JavaScript was initially made for making pages alive. Okay, so over here, let's focus on the word alive. Okay, so already here in this particular class, I have told you guys that how JavaScript basically put more strength into your website or into your web application. So initially it was made that, let's say you just move your mouse and if you click something inside a web page, so that is the work of JavaScript, that where it will redirect you. Let's say if you if you want a drop down menu, like how to show you that drop down menu. Okay, so it was the work of JavaScript initially. So in the browser, the JavaScript could be executed. Okay. So over here, we already have seen in our classes, like I do have showed you guys inside the console, like how you will be able to execute. Like I do have went inside the google.com browser, and inside that I do have showed you that how you will be able to import a class and how you will be able to do the programming inside that particular console. Okay, so in the browser, the script can be executed. Okay, so you will be able to execute a particular code inside your browser only. Like it's not that you won't be able to execute a JavaScript inside any IDE, okay, like inside any dedicated environment. Okay, it's not like that, because in our next class, I'll show you guys about that also, like how you will be able to download the IDE, how you'll be able to run your JavaScript programming inside that also. Okay, so it's not like that. But here, we need to know that we will be able to execute the client side programming from a website as well. Okay, so this was the second point. And also we need to understand that Java and JavaScript are two different programming language. So in many cases we might get confused that, well, Java and JavaScript are two different programming language, because as I've already told you that initially JavaScript was initially it was only to make pages alike. But in today's world, we do have a lot of usage of JavaScript as well, because for front end also and for back end also, if you want to do the back end programming, in that case, you do have the node.js as well. Okay, so at the time, we used to think that, well, JavaScript, and there was a time when Java used to have a lot of features, and we thought, well, we need to make sure that we bring JavaScript someday to the level of Java. So, like, they used to just call Java at some times. So, it's not that something to get confused. So, we need to understand that Java and JavaScript are two different programming language. If you have used Java before, then you guys might have known that both of the programming doesn't look similar or doesn't have the same kind of commands as well. Okay, so JavaScript now can be executed in both the browser and also the server. Okay, so over here, if you're not connected to any kind of internet connection, then you will be able to do the browser side programming. Like if you want to execute any kind of code, you will be able to do the programming from the browser side. But for the server end, you need to make sure that you do it once you do have a proper internet connection. So you can also do the server end programming once you have the net as well. And the fifth point over here is the JavaScript. It's a safe language when is used in the browser. So we already know that in the browser only the script could be executed. Let's say JavaScript is used from a long time, and already they do have different security uh, measurements from their end as well. Okay, they already have different kind of security measures for you, because let's say you are searching for a website inside a search engine, and once you search and you do have few of important documents inside your PC, and if you see that, well, those documents were being stolen, so it won't happen like that if you're using JavaScript. Okay, because they already do have a lot of safety measures for your safety. Okay, so it is a safe language when it is used inside the browser. And the last point over here is there are other languages which get transpiled to JavaScript. So for this particular point, let's go back to 15 years. Okay, so when 15 years back, if you look, once JavaScript was getting recognition, like so many people were using JavaScript and it was getting famous for its work, so many people that told, well, we will make some languages which can be transpiled to JavaScript. Okay, so over there were different kind of programming languages as well, like which can be transpiled to JavaScript. Like there was CoffeeScript, okay, there was TypeScript, okay. So these particular languages were taken from JavaScript itself. Okay, so few other people, you guys might tell that, well, in TypeScript, it's easier to write your code. But at the end of the day, what will happen? Well, the TypeScript, those things will be converted into JavaScript. So it's better to write in JavaScript itself. Sometimes those particular languages, it can be little easier for you to learn. But if you have a better knowledge about JavaScript, then those particular language can be learned later as well. Because we need to understand that it's like at least been 25 years that JavaScript is going on and it's still in the market, and still JavaScript is in high demand. Okay, so this type of language like TypeScript, CoffeeScript, it will keep coming, and it will, this kind of language will keep on going, but JavaScript will be staying in the markets. So these are few of the important things that you should keep in your mind, and I hope you guys to have got up and basic idea about the usage of HTML, CSS, how a website works. Okay, I have showed you guys an example of a human being as well, that you guys can differentiate and understand website in a better way before starting to program. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we're going to learn that how you will be able to download a IDE. So I'll be installing Visual Studio Code, because in that particular place I do mostly do my programming. Okay, and it's free as well at the same time. So I'll show you how to install that and how to get started with JavaScript programming inside Visual Studio Code. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone. And I'd like to welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript Beginners Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4, where I'll be showing you guys by downloading and installing VS Code. So we'll learn that how you will be able to install VS Code into your PC once you download that. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see right now, I'm here in the home page of Google Chrome. Okay, so you guys can use any search engine. Let's say if you do want to use like Mozilla Firefox or Edge or anything as such. So whether it be any search engine, just come to this search bar right over here and make sure to type VS Code and just click on enter. Okay, so once you come over here, once you click on enter, you will have this Visual Studio Code website at first. Okay, so from there you guys can just click onto that particular website, and from there you guys can go to the download option. Otherwise, you guys can just click on the download option from here itself instead of coming over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is actually the home page of the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so now from here, let's click on to the download option right over here on the top right corner, as you guys can see. And after that comes this particular page. Okay, so this particular page right over here shows that are you using a Windows. So if you're using a Windows laptop, in that particular case, you can come here and you can just download the 64-bit version. Otherwise, if you are using a Linux, you guys can come here and download that. Otherwise, if you're using a MacBook or if you're using a Mac, you guys can come here and you guys can download it right from here itself. So let me just come here and let me just click onto this one, and you guys will be able to see that now already my download have been started. Okay, so over here you guys can see this is 64-bit. Okay, and the latest version is already getting downloaded for me right over here. And also it says that if you click on that particular link, and if it's not getting downloaded like mine, you guys can come here and you guys can just click on to the direct download click. So for this one, you need to keep one thing in mind quite clear, that when you're using VS Code, it already detects that what kind of PC that you're using, and it downloads that particular version of file. Okay, so over here you don't need to specify, basically like you can if you're using a Windows, make sure to just click on that and it will download the desired file for you. Okay, so as you guys can see, my PC or my internet at this point of time is a bit slow, so I already do have downloaded VS Code for you. Okay, so let me just show you guys that. So let me just come here, let me just cancel this one. Let me pause and let me cancel this. And yeah, I hope you guys have got up a basic idea about how you will be able to download it from your Chrome. Just need to understand about few steps. So the first thing is go to your browser. Second step is write VS Code. Go to the first website which pops up on your search engine. Then from there, go to download and just download the directed link which is provided over here in the website. So now let me close this thing down from here, and now let's go to my downloads from my file menu. Okay, so let's go to downloads, and over here you guys can see that I do have the VS Code user setup. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just double click on this, and this type of menu will basically pop up for you. Okay, so this type of menu will basically pop up. You guys can just read throughout. Otherwise, if you don't want to read those agreements, make sure to go to I accept the agreement and click on next. Okay, and after you click on next, here you guys can see that there are few other options. Like if you do want to select some additional task, for me, I will just click OK on all these four options, but I do want to create a desktop icon. Okay, so for that again, I will just click on next and let me click on install, which will just install my VS Code into my system. So it might take a bit for you to install this particular VS Code file. You guys can wait. And sometimes it totally depends the type of PC you're using, what is the configuration of your PC, how fast your PC works, what generation and stuff. A lot of things matters when you're installing any system over here. So as you guys can see, I am done installing my Visual Studio Code. Let me click on finish right now. And as you guys can see, automatically my VS code file is opening up. And so let me just close this thing down. I'll just click on don't save it. Let's go here. Let's open it up. And now let's close this thing over here. As you guys can see, this is how your home page of Visual Studio Code will look like. Okay, so this is how it will look like. So well, this was one way of opening your VS Code over here. Okay, but as we just have downloaded, it just opened up automatically. So if I just close this thing down, and if I just come here and if I just type VS Code, here you guys can see now I do have my Visual Studio Code application right over here. Okay, so I can just double click. Otherwise, I can just click on open and it will be opened right over here. But now, let me show you guys up a different way of how you will be able to open up the Visual Studio Code and make a new folder in it. Okay, so just go to anywhere inside your PC. Let's say if I just come over here, I am in my D drive, and here in my D drive, you guys can see that I do have created this particular folder named JavaScript tutorial files. So you guys can just name any folder inside any anywhere inside your PC and just double click over here. And let's say over here, I want to open VS Code. Okay, so whatever file I'm gonna work or whatever file I'm going to work inside the VS Code, it will be saved into this JavaScript tutorial file folder. Okay, so if you do want to do that, make sure to go inside the folder where you do want to save all the files, right click from here, click on show more options. And once you click on show more options here, you guys can see you do have this particular option known as open with code. Okay, so if you just click on open with code, you guys will be able to see that now on the left hand side over here, now I will just click yes, I trust this author. And here on the left hand side, if I just click, you guys can see that I do have opened the JavaScript tutorial file folder. And from here, let me tell you that this particular option is to create up a new file. If you want to create up a new folder, you do have this particular icon. If you do want to refresh your Explorer, this is this option. And if you want to collapse folder in Explorer, you do have this particular option. So under JavaScript tutorial files, let me create up a new file. So I will just click on new file, and over here, let me just create a basic HTML file. Okay. So let me just name that one as index.html. Okay. So I will just click on enter after that. And here you guys can see that I do have created this HTML file right over here. So I can do my coding. But before starting to code, as over here, I will show you guys how you can actually do the JavaScript coding or the programming inside your browser itself. Okay. So for that now, each and every HTML file, they do have a basic code. Okay, so they do already have a code inside. So I will show you guys that how you will be able to expose that whole code out. So over here, basically, I want you all to use the emit abbreviation. So come here and from here, use this emit abbreviations. Okay, and on your first line of code inside this index.html, you need to make sure that you do use this exclamation mark. And here you guys can see it's written emit abbreviation. And once you have entered that, make sure to click on enter. And over here, you guys can basically see that now you do have a line of code. Okay, so over here, you guys can see the doc type is an HTML file. They already do have their head. Okay. And also over here, if you do want to add something to their head, if you want to include things inside the body, which we're gonna work later. But firstly, let's come here and let's put out a title. Okay, so I will just tell this is my JavaScript beginners tutorial. Okay, so I will just set this particular name for the title. Okay, so as you guys can see that I already do have put out this title over here. So now once I am done putting out the title, let's come down and let's put out some body as well. Okay, so let me just type this down. Okay, so I will just put this one as H1, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to write down over here and I will just type welcome you all. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have written this particular thing inside the body as well. So now I want you guys to come here inside your extensions. Okay, and from this particular extension I want you guys to search for live server. Okay, so I already do have the live server extension over here. So let me just click on this one, and what I can do is I will just click on install, and this particular live server will basically get uh, installed over here in my VS Code. So the work of this one is it basically launches a development local server with live reload feature for static and dynamic pages. Okay. So as I was already telling you guys that I want to basically work over here and show you guys the particular thing inside a server. Okay, so I'll just show you guys about that. And already you guys have seen that I just created this installed HTML file. And if you just take a look inside my file, let's come here. Let's increase the size to large icons. You guys can see that I do have created this indexed file, and you guys can see the document type is an HTML file. Let's come here, let's close this thing down, and I'll just wait for it to install me this live server. Okay, so it totally depends on the speed of your internet connection. So I will look back once I'm done installing this live server extension from VS Code. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm done downloading this live server. Okay, so now let me show you guys the usage of using this live server, because if I just want to come here and let me just come to my code, let me just right click anywhere, and if I just click that open with live server, okay, let me just click on allow. Okay, and here on my screen, you guys can see it will show me on the server which I'm basically working on. Okay, so here you guys can see on top that I do have the title, which is this is my JavaScript beginners tutorial. Okay, so if you do want to change it, and also let's come here, welcome you all. If I do want to change it at the same time, I also can come here. Let's go back again into my JavaScript, and from here, let me just change the title to JavaScript beginners tutorial, and from here, welcome you all to my class. Okay, so if I come here and again right click, let's click on open with live server. You guys can see in lifetime, it will show you guys the changes which you have made inside your website. Okay, so you guys can see the title have changed, and also over here, you guys can see that the body or the content inside the title which I have changed as well. Okay, so I hope you guys to have understood how you'll be able to download and install VS Code, how to download this live server from VS Code as well, what is its usage, how you will be able to get the emit extension over here inside your HTML page. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we're gonna learn more about writing your code or writing JavaScript inside VS Code. Okay, because you guys can see that I already have this HTML file. So you guys might be thinking, well, we do have this particular HTML file. But where are we going to write our JavaScript? So we're going to learn about that in detail into our next class. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5, where I'll be showing you guys by writing JavaScript inside VS Code. So in our last class, we do have seen that how you will be able to install and also download different extensions inside your VS Code. So in this class, we will get started on writing JavaScript inside your HTML file or inside your VS Code. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now again, I'm in the same file in which we were working in our last class, which was index.html. Okay. So I also do have showed you by right clicking and show you guys this particular uh, program in our live server as well. Okay. So this is how it actually looks. But over here, now you guys might be thinking, well, I do have this particular HTML file, but where you guys can basically write the JavaScript inside this HTML file. Okay, so we do have to understand that most most of the time we do write our JavaScript just inside or just below this body. So you guys can just click on enter, and if you just type script.src, so here you guys can just click on script src, and here you guys can see I do have this particular script file. So inside here you guys can just type anything, but now let's say let's come over here and let's remove the src from here. Okay, so let's come here and I will just remove the src. Okay, so let me just make it a script file. Let's come over here, let's click on enter, and inside the script let's type console dot log. Okay, so I will just type this console dot log right over here. And inside this one, let's open parenthesis right over here. Let's open the double quote. And inside here, let's type hello everyone. Okay, so I will just type out this hello everyone option over here. And let me just close this down with a semicolon. And if you do want to see this, okay, so I do have written this particular JavaScript. And if you do want to see this particular script inside the live server, let's right click and let's click open with live server. But here, if you take out a look, you guys are not able to see which I have written. Okay, so here I do have the title and also I do have the body. I'm not able to see what I have put inside the body. Well, to see that now, if I just click on Control Shift and F to check out the inspector panel, or if I just right click, let's click on inspect option, and you come over here into the inspect option inside the console. Here you guys can see that over here I do have hello everyone written. Okay, so the same way, if I just come here and from here, now if I just come down and let's click on enter, and if I just type alert, okay, let's open parenthesis, let's open double quote, and over here, now I will just type notification. Okay, you guys can just type anything. So I will just type notification. Let's close this down with semicolon. And if I just come again right over here, and if I just refresh my browser, okay, let's come here and let's refresh this particular browser. Well, let's come here and you guys can just uh, clear this one out. And again, if you come here and if you just refresh this particular thing, and from here, again, let's close everything down. Let me just close this thing as well. Let's right click. And from here, I will just click on open with live server. And here, as you guys can see, this is getting opened with a live server, but on top, I already do have an alert message. Okay, so I can just open up this alert message right over here, and you click on OK, it will basically disappear. So now I just clicked on OK. If you do want to inspect this file, let's click on inspect. And here you guys can see that I do have hello everyone in my console, because here in my VS Code, I do have tool console.log because I do want to see this particular set of words inside my console. Okay, again, if I just come to this particular server and if I just reload this page here, you guys can see I do have this alert message. And if I click on OK, here you guys can see that I do have the content inside my particular website. Okay, so this is how it basically works. So in today's world, most of the time we don't use this alert button. Okay, so you guys can just make this one up a comment. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can make this one up a comment, which we will learn later what a comment is. We do have a dedicated class for that. So we are going to do a bit more programming right over here. And let me tell you that JavaScript is basically a very simple programming language. And using JavaScript, you guys can become a full stack web developer. So you guys can use Node.js, okay, and Monkey in for your backend programming. And you guys can later do the you guys can do the back end programming, and later you guys can do the front end programming over here as well using the JavaScript. Okay, so you guys, if you know this particular language quite well, okay, it will be a very good advantage for you. Okay, like if you're planning to become a full web stack developer, in that case, this particular tutorial is going to be a lot useful. So let's try to do more programming right over here. So from here, if I just click on enter, and if you do want to create up a container, let's say you don't want to fill up object inside that. So you guys can just use the shortcut, let's say diy.container. Okay. So if you just use this a bit abbreviation, you guys can see that over here, you do have this particular option, and also it actually gives you this space where you do have this DIY container. So just think, if you want to type the same thing manually, it will take a lot of time for you to type. Okay, so DIY container, it basically contains a class, and inside this particular place you guys can just fill up anything you want right over here. So also over here under this particular class, okay, so I do have created like DIY is equals DIY class is equal to container, like whatever object you do want to put inside it. Okay, so now let's create up a button. Let me show you guys the example. So button hash click. Okay, so if I just type this button hash click right over here, and if I just click on enter here, you guys can see now it shows me that button ID equals to click. Okay, so over here we need to understand one thing, that over here the first one I do have used DIY dot container. Okay, so dot means class and hash means ID. Okay, so just remember this particular thing, which will be a lot useful into going to our next part of the classes. Okay, once we deep move into our classes, it will be quite useful and it will save a lot of your time. Okay, so now as you guys can see, this is the ID. Let me create up a button right over here for you. Okay, so if I want to type click here inside my button. Okay, let's come here and now let's right click. Let's open it with the live server. And here, just underneath, here you guys can see under this particular thing, I do have a button right over here. Okay, which is basically clickable. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create a button right over here, and you guys can see that where I do have actually placed these things up. So inside your DOM, okay, so a DOM is basically called the page of the website, which I do have created. Okay, where you guys were able to see the button, you guys were able to see welcome you all to my class text. Okay, so over here you guys can see that you guys can have multiple classes. Okay, you guys can have multiple container of classes inside your body, but here you guys can't have multiple ID. Okay, you guys can't have multiple ID because that is not a good practice as well. Because if I just come here and let's say control C to copy, and if I just put Control V and now right click again and let's open it with my live server, here you guys can see I do have these two clickable links. Okay, so you guys should not have two clickable links of the same name. Okay, you guys can have here you guys can see that over here I do have named this button ID, and over here I do have named this one click. But instead of click over here, now if I just change it to something else, maybe I will be able to use it, but not this same one. Okay, so let's come here and let's just delete this one. Let's come here on top. So now over here, let me show you guys what do I mean that you guys can basically have this multiple classes or multiple containers. So if I come here, let's click on enter, and again let me just click on DIY dot container. And if I just click on enter here, you guys can see that I do have this container. And over here now, let me just type out a paragraph. Okay, so I will just type a paragraph. And inside this one, I will just type this is the first line. Okay, or let me just type this is the second line. Okay, so in one thing you should understand that how coding works. Okay, so your coding will start decoding from number one and it will go on till the last. Okay, so over here first I need to understand that inside my body it will decode this h1 id right over here. Then it will come here, it will decode this particular class, it will show this one, and after that it will show this particular line which I have over here. Okay, so now if I just click, let's say if I just right click and if I just click on open on live server, here you guys can see welcome you all to my class. Then I do have this particular button, and then underneath that I do have that this is the second line. Okay, so this is how it will basically show. If I do want to show this one on top of this particular ID, okay, so for that I can come here and I can just copy and paste this thing and put this one on top of this. Okay, so here you guys can see that I do have the DIY class with the same name over here and also over here as well. But the content inside both are different. So you guys can do that, but not in the case of an ID. So yeah, I hope you guys to have understood till this much the difference between a class and a difference between an ID. Okay, so over here you guys can see that you guys can have a multiple, like you guys can have this one tag inside multiple element in class, but you can't have this ID the same way. Like if you do want to come here, you guys can name this one as click 1, you guys can name this one as click 2, you guys can name this one as some different key. Okay, you guys can do that, but you guys can have the button ID and click more than one, more inside more than one element. Okay, so let me come over here, and as you guys can see over here, I do have created this particular element. Okay, so let me come here and let me just give this one a ID as well. Okay, so I will just type ID equal to, and let me name this one as container. Okay, so let's come here, let's open up the double quote, and I will just name this one as container 1. Okay, so I will just name this as container 1. Okay, so let's come here, and from here now let's go to our live server. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, I am here in the live server. Let me just refresh this page, and from here let's right click, and I want to go to the inspect page from here. So I'll just click on inspect, and as you guys can see that I do have my console right over here. So if you do want to come here and if you do want to write inside your console, let's say, so over there, as you guys have already seen that here, I do have named this particular element as container 1. So if I want to get all the elements inside this over there in my console, so for that, if I just type the name of container 1, okay, and if I click on enter, otherwise let's see the spelling. Okay, so over here you guys can see container 1, otherwise let's name this one as container 1. Okay, so let's come over here and let's type over here as container 1. So here actually I forgot to refresh the page. Okay, so you guys can come here and basically refresh the page, and let me just type container 1. And so after typing this one, as you guys can see, I did had an error, so I will just click on this container 1, and if you do want me to come down here, you guys can see that there is an error. Okay, so container 1 is not defined, so it's showing me that this one is basically not defined. So for that, what I'm gonna do again now is I need to come over here and I need to look out for the problem that what I do have over here with my code. So now again, let me just come here, let me clear this one, and let me just type the ID. You guys can also see it inside the element. So from here, if I just type container 1, and if I click on enter here, you guys can see I am able to see all the element inside this particular ID. Okay, so over here, the same way, if you do want to come here and if you want to change the inner HTML of this particular code, so for that I will just name this particular element Okay, or I will just mention this ID. So container one dot inner HTML. So you guys can see that I do have the option of inner HTML. And from here, let's put out the equal to sign. So from here, let's open up the double quote. And after opening up the double quote, let's say I did have this click here button inside this. Okay, so if I do want to change it and if I want to put out any text, let's say I will tell this is my class. Okay, so I'll just type this thing, and if I just run this particular code right now, and let's close this down with a semicolon, and if I just come here and you guys can see the content which I had inside this container one will be totally replaced by the text which I had provided right over here. Okay, so if I just click on enter here, you guys can see now this is actually being replaced. Okay, so that particular button is being replaced with this text. Okay, so the same way, if you do want to come here and let's just copy this same code, let's come here and let's paste it up. And from here, now if I do want to make this one bold, okay, I will be able to make these things bold as well. Okay, so for that, I will just come here and I will just type B. Okay, so let's come here and let's type B as well. So less than B, or let's type here division B, and let's close this thing down over here back again. So if I just come here and if I just click on enter, okay, otherwise let's come here and let's just copy this one, let's paste it, and from here I will just put on to the double quote which I had. And here you guys can see using this thing, I am able to make this handwriting bold as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to maintain the CSS of your web page as well. Okay, so I hope till this much it was clear, like how you will be able to change the inner HTML or inner content inside. So as this class is not about CSS, but I'm just giving you guys an introduction to that. So the thing which I do have just now did is known as the DOM manipulation. Okay, so I do have changed the content which I already had by just coding over here. You guys can see that I do have this particular ID and I do have changed the content inside this particular ID. So in our upcoming classes, we are going to learn about comments. We are going to learn about data types, about different kind of variables, but I'm just giving you guys an introduction to each one of those, that you get a better idea about how this JavaScript programming basically works. So let me show you guys about other examples as well. So let me just come here. Let me clear this whole console. So over here, if I just show you, you guys can see under body, I do have this particular tag name. So if I want to get the element inside the tag name, so I need to type document dot get element by tag name. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this option. So I will just click onto this one. And from here, now let's open parenthesis. Over here, you guys can use a single quote as well. And the name of that tag is H1. Okay, so I will just put H1 over here. And let's close down the parenthesis by just coming here And if I click on enter here, you guys can see that I do have this HTML collection. Okay. So inside this h1 tag, you can have multiple elements. So if you just roll this one down here, you guys can see that you do have these arrays. Okay. So over here, we are gonna learn about different kind of arrays as well. Okay. But for now, if you do want to get out this first element, okay, otherwise this particular thing which you have, okay, this welcome you all to my class. If you want to get access to this particular thing, that what you need to do is you need to come over here, okay, and make sure to copy this one, Control C. Let's paste this one, and after writing this h1, make sure to give out a space, and over here now you guys can come here and you guys can open up the square bracket and you guys can type 0. Let's close down the square bracket as well. Let's click on enter, and after that here you guys will be able to manipulate this from here as well. So let's copy this one, let's come here, let's paste this thing again. Okay, and after typing this one, okay, as you guys can see, so under here, if you do want to change its style, let's say I will just put dot and then I'll just type style. And if you do want to increase the size, okay, so I will just type style dot font size. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have this font size option, and let's put out equal to, let's open out the double quote, and let's say I want to make this one as 120 pixels. Okay, so for pixels I will write px. Let's click on enter over here. So over here again, let me just put this one, and from here now from 25 pixels, let me just turn the font size into 65 pixels. Okay, so you guys might be thinking, well, this is the tag name, but what is this number? Okay, so you guys need to know that this is the numbering style. You will get the first element, but writing 0. Okay, we will understand about that in detail. So if I just click on enter here, you guys can see you guys can change it to 65 pixels. And from here, let's say if you want to change this to 125 pixels, and if I just click on enter here, you guys can change this particular font to 125 pixels as well. Okay, so also you guys can come here, and as you guys can see, you guys will be able to change the background color as well. So if I just type style dot background, and over here let me just type a color. Okay, let me type yellow. Okay, and if I click on enter here, you guys can see the background of this particular text has turned into yellow right over here. And again, at the same time, if you want to come here and if you want to change the font size, let's say to 25, here you guys can see it have changed to 25. And if you do want to change again, like if you want the visibility, like if you want to hide all the objects inside, instead of font size, just go with style dot visibility. Okay, so visibility over here, and now inside this one you guys can just type hidden. Okay, so you guys can just type hidden, and if you click on enter here, you guys can see the whole thing over here is been hidden. Okay, so this is how you guys can work. And also let's come right over here, Control V. Okay, And from here, now, instead of the visibility, if you want to come here, if you want to make the whole display, let's say in the whole display, I don't want anything, okay? So I will just come here and I will just type none, okay? Otherwise, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see the space which I had on top for this display also. I don't have that space as well. So now it is starting click here. So you guys do have understood that here you will also be able to do the DOM manipulation. Okay, you will be able to maintain the CSS of your website as well. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to do the manipulation inside your console of this particular browser. So we won't be learning much about the CSS, but just to give you guys a brief basic about how you'll be able to manipulate those as well by getting the element, by putting the element name, giving the number, then controlling the style of the font, controlling the color of the background, and if you do want to change the font size again, the visibility, if you want to show it, you guys can type show. And here under display, I do have put none as I don't have the space as well where my first line or the first element was written. So let me just clear this console and I hope this class was clear. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're going to learn more about the JavaScript and we are going to get started with that. Okay. So you need to understand that where you guys are typing your JavaScript. If you just go to any other website, okay, you guys will see that most of the website, and it's a good practice also, that you do write your JavaScript inside the script function. Okay, and this script function should be on top of the body option. Okay, so I can come here and now I will just click on Control X and let's come over here and I'll just click on Control V. So my script should be just on top of my body. Okay. And here you guys can see inside my script, I will have my JavaScript. So if I come here, if I right click again, if I open with live server, and you guys will be able to see it inside my console. Okay, let's come here, let's go on inspect, and here inside my console, you guys can see that I do have this hello everyone, because in my VS Code I do have it here in the console.log API. Okay, so we do have understood about this console.log. We do have understood about the alert function. If you do want to show the alert function as well, you guys can come here and now you guys can see you will get this particular alert function. So I'll just click on OK and you guys can see that I do have my page and also the button right over here. So let's try to understand more about the APIs into our next class. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript Beginners Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, where I'll be showing you guys the understanding about JavaScript console API. So we already do have seen the console, how you will be able to open up your console, go to your inspect option. From there, it will show you the element option, and from there underneath you'll have the console page, like how you will be able to work inside the console API. So we'll be understanding about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that I do have the same HTML file in which we guys were working. So now let's come here and we'll just look onto the console. So first here, we already do have understood that where we guys can basically type our JavaScript. So I need to make sure that it's just on top of the closing of the body. And over here, I need to make sure that I type it inside the script. So we already do have understood, like if you do want to type something inside the console, you need to make sure you type console.log. And here you guys can just put out your message right over here. So if I just right click, let's open with live server. Now let's right click, okay, and let's click on inspect. And here you guys can see that using console.log, here I do have the message. Okay, so here I can see that I do have my message right over here. I have also showed you guys about the alert function right over here. Like if you do want any kind of alert sign on top of your page once it opens, okay, you will can use this alert function right over here. So now we are also going to learn about different kind of option. Let's say if you do want to type anything, okay, so if you do want to come here, and from here if you want to type document dot write, okay, so here I do have this document dot write option. Let's open parenthesis, and now here you guys can see I can just type here inside this double quote document write is here, okay, and if I just save this and let's come here, and you guys can see that now I do have document right is here line right over here. So if I just come here, and if you do want me to type, let's say you guys can also type the same thing right over here, okay. So if I just go to this elements option, okay, so from the elements option you guys can just check this one out as well. Okay, so if you do want to come right over here, or if you do want to check anything, you guys can come here and you guys can just check out the whole body. Let's say here inside this particular script, okay, you guys can see that I do have all of this option inside this particular script page. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have these options, and from here I can just take this one down as well. So here you guys can see that if I do want to select this, I do have this document right is here. Okay, so the same way I can come here, and also over here I can just type document dot write, and over here you guys can just type your thing. This is the only document, and let's close parenthesis, and here you guys can see now this is how you guys can just type this thing out as well. Okay, but over here you should not use this document dot write option. Okay, so you guys can come here, and let's come here, let's just refresh this particular page, and now I will just come here into my HTML document, and let me just comment this down as well. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just comment this down as well. So for debugging and all, basically this console.log is used, okay, and you can just use the console option as well. But over here now inside this script function, okay, so I'm gonna use some other option like console dot word. Okay, so you guys can just type here console dot word. That basically means wording. Okay, so if you do want to come here, and if you just want to type console dot word, and after that let's open parenthesis, let's open the double quote, and this is wording. Okay, so if you do want to place out a wording, so you guys can come here, and you guys can just place out a warning, and from here Control S, and now let's come here, and you guys can see in my console it is coming as a warning. Okay, so it will just show me this one as this sign. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically check that it's showing me with this particular color that this one is basically a warning. Okay, so the same way you guys can come here, and instead of using this console.word, you guys can come here and you guys can type console.error. Okay, so if you want to show this one as an error, so I will just type over here, this is an error. So I will just type this thing down over here, Control S to save it. Let's come over here, and now this is signifying me with a cross mark on the side, and this is showing me that this is an error. Okay, so here this will basically show quite like this in my console, and also over here if you want to clear out the console, you guys can just go into your code and you guys can just type console.clear, and let's come here, and from here Control S to save it, and here you guys can see that your console was cleared. So now instead of making changes over here in my HTML document, let's come here into my server, and from here let's try to type from here itself. Okay, so you guys can just use the console from here as well. So I will just type console dot assert. Okay, so over here using console dot assert, what I can do is, let's say I want to check that whether two values are the same or not. Okay, so if I just put, let's say 7, and I will just put double equals to 8, and if I just close the parenthesis, and if I click on enter, here you guys can see it will show me that assertion failed. Okay, so now let's come here, let's just copy this thing down, let's paste it right over here. But over here if I just put 7 equals to 7, and if I click on enter, here you guys can see it's not showing me an error. Okay, so the same way if you do want to come here, and let's say if I just put 7 equals to, let's say 9, or let's come here, let's put 9 minus 4, and let's close this one as well. And if I click on enter, here you guys can see using this console.assert, it's showing me an error because 9 minus 4 is not equals to 7. Okay, so here if your equation is not matching with the value which you have provided, it will show you an error using this console.assert function. So at last over here we do have understood that if the condition provided using the console.assert is not correct, it will turn into a fail statement. But if, like, let's say this assert, like console.assert, let's right click, let's copy, let's paste it right over here, let's say 7 minus 2, and if I click on enter, here you guys can see it is showing me that this is undefined, and here it shows that this is a true statement because it's not showing me any error. Okay, so if you do want to clear your console, you guys can come here and you guys can clear your console as well. Okay, so most of the time we are not going to use this console.warn and error most of the time, but over here we are going to use this console.log to type anything inside your console. Okay, so now let me just copy this thing. Otherwise, let me just name this one. Okay, so let's click on enter and I will just comment this thing out and I will name this one as the JavaScript console API. Okay, and the full form of API is application programming interface. Okay, so I will just type this thing down right over here. And at the same time that we do understand how it actually works. Okay, so now let's come over here. And from here now I will just copy this one, Control C to copy. Let's click on Control V right over here. And let me just comment these things out over here. Okay, so let me just comment this out. And also let me just comment this thing out as well. Okay, so I'll just come here. I will comment this one also. And let me just name this one as different types of printing in JavaScript. Okay, so I'm just segregating these things out over here. If you do want to name it or if you do want to number these things, you guys can come here and you guys can number these things as well. So let's click on enter that you guys can understand this in a better way. Okay, so this is how it works. As you guys can see now, if I just click on Control S and if I right over here, you guys can see that over here now I do have one string. Okay, and I do have printed one warning and I do have printed one error right over here. Okay, so if you just come here into your VS Code, let's say if you do want to type different values or different element inside this, let's say I will just go with a number as well. Okay, so if you do want to print out a number, Control S, let's come over here. You guys can see there is a syntax error. Okay, so for that, let's come here and let's just put out a comma. Okay, and now you guys will be able to see that it basically works. Okay, so here you guys can see a string, a number, and over here I do have printed this console.warn. I do have printed a warning and also an error over here in my website which I am creating. So in our next class, we're gonna learn the different types of printing or how you will be able to write JavaScript in different ways. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone. So I'd like to welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, where I'll show you guys a different ways to write the JavaScript. Okay, so over here we will learn the different way how you can actually mention your JavaScript inside your server, and also I'll show you guys the same thing into our live server as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, I'm here in the same HTML file which we have worked in our last classes. Okay, so we do have understood about tags, we do have understood about console API, and here you guys can see that here I do have my JavaScript file. Okay, so what I did over here is basically I do have embedded my JavaScript inside the HTML file. But there are different ways of how I can basically write my JavaScript as well. Okay. So you guys can see to write the JavaScript, you guys already know that it should be just on top of your body, like where the body function is ending. Just on top of that, I need to make sure that I do type my JavaScript inside the script. Okay, so over here now there are different ways to type JavaScript or to include the same thing inside your project. Okay, so you guys can see this is how my website looks. Okay, this is the live server over here. Let me just come here, let me just refresh this one, and this is how it looks. Okay, and also over here you guys can see under the console.log I do have included one string and one number as well. Okay, so over here, instead of writing my JavaScript inside my HTML file, if I do want to put this JavaScript inside my JavaScript file itself in my VS Code, what I can do is I can come here and let me just type this new file, and let me just name this one as index.js. Okay, so over here you guys can see this file have turned into a JavaScript, and let's click on enter. And what you can do is you guys can come here, and now let's just copy this whole thing. Okay, otherwise let me just cut using Control X from our keyboard, and let's go to the index.js, and I will just click on Control V to paste it. Okay, so over here as you guys can see, now I do have it in a different file inside the same project or inside the same folder. Okay, but now how do I mention into my HTML file that, well, I do want this same JavaScript file inside my HTML file as well. Okay, because HTML file is the main website file. So from here, I will just cut this script document as well. So let's open the less than sign. And from here, now I will just type script dot sr dot src. Okay, which I already do have it right over here. And as I've written this script dot src, you guys can see inside the script dot src I will mention that, well, I want index.js inside this src. So I will just mention index.js. Okay, and over here you guys can see I do have index.js, and if I just click on Control S over here, and if I just go into my website, and if I just run this particular website, you guys will be able to see that there is no major changes, or there is no changes at all inside my file right over here. So you guys can just type your JavaScript using the script src, and you guys can mention the JavaScript file which you do want to mention inside your HTML file. So in so many cases, and when you're making a big application or when you're making a big website, in that case, you will have different HTML file, you'll have different JavaScript file, you'll have different CSS file. Okay, so over here, you guys might be thinking, well, you do have mentioned the CSS over here only. Okay, like you do have mentioned it inside the HTML file itself. But as this one is just a tutorial, I'm making you guys understand that how it actually works. Okay, so for that I do have mentioned it inside the HTML file as well, but once you're making some big files, it will be a different file as well, and you will be able to mention it inside your HTML file. Okay, so this is one way of typing these things down, and this is how you guys can actually work out right over here. So if you just want to comment out this alert option as well, Control S, let's come over here. You guys can see you do have this comment. Let's click on OK, and here you guys can see that you are able to check this particular website right over here. Okay, so you guys can take take a look on your console as well to like one string, one number, one warning, and an error over here. Okay, so now let me just close this thing down and let me just comment this thing out as well. So I hope this class was clear of how you will be able to type in a different way your JavaScript inside your programming. So the first one is embedded inside your HTML file, and the next one is create a different JavaScript file and just mention the name of that new JavaScript file inside your HTML file, which is a lot better, okay, because it won't create much problem and it is so small as well. Because if you do have a lot of content inside, you guys might get a bit confused as well at times. Okay, so yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, where I'll be showing you guys about variables and comments. Okay, so in programming for JavaScript, the variable and comments are two of the basic things which we should understand. So let's not waste much time and let's get started with this particular chapter right over here. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page, or I am here in the JavaScript page, which I do have worked in our last classes as well. So in our last class, we do have seen that how you will be able to remove your JavaScript from the HTML itself, which was embedded over here in this particular programming. And then what we did is we did moved the JavaScript programming from here to an individual file, which is a .js file, which is a JavaScript file itself. And inside this HTML, I do have mentioned that from where it will refer the JavaScript inside this HTML file as well. Okay, so I have also shown you, if you just go to open with live server, if you open this programming with live server, how you will be able to see no changes. Okay, so it will just work out the same way. So now let's go to my JavaScript, and over here, the thing which we're gonna learn over here is basically variables. Okay, so first, we need to understand that what are variables, okay? So let me just put the topic as variables in JavaScript, okay? So let's come over here and let's come back over here again. And I do have commented this thing out, and we're going to learn about comments as well. Okay, like what is the use of comment, how you'll be able to comment up multiple line at once. Okay, but first let's try to learn about variables in JavaScript. So variables are basically strings, or if you don't know what strings are known as the text which we put inside a variable. Okay, so a variable can contain a text, a variable can contain a number, or a variable can also contain a Boolean value. So if I try to explain you guys in simple word, a variable is like a container which stores information like a string value, a numerical value, or a Boolean value, which is true or false. Okay, so JavaScript, let me just type it over here, is JavaScript is like a container to store different kind of datas. Okay, so here you guys can see JavaScript is like a container to store different kind of datas. Okay, and if I just come here, let's comment this out as well. As I have told you over here, it stored different kind of datas. Okay, so what do we understand by different kind? As I have already told you, it can contain, let's come here, let's put one, it can contain a text, or string. Otherwise, it can contain a numerical value. Okay. About data type, we're gonna learn in detail in our next class, and also a Boolean value which can be in true or false. Okay, so this mostly contains these three type of data, and in data types we're gonna learn more about it. Okay, so let's say you have seen in your house that there are different kind of containers. So in different type of containers they do put the desired thing. Let's say in a bucket of water you don't put rice. Okay, usually, I don't know you guys do or not, but usually you don't, right? So there are also inside a variable we do store different kind of data according to the type of variable over here. And if you want to type variable inside your JavaScript, so for that what you need to do is you need to come here and you need to type var, which is known as var. And after typing var, you guys can just give it up a space, and now you can name anything your variable. Okay, but make sure that you don't start it with a number. Let's say if I come here and if I just type num1. Okay, so I will just name my variable as num1, and to define that one you guys can give it up a space, and you guys can put out the equals to sign. And as you are going to put on numbers, you don't have to put inside quotation, whether it's a single quote or whether it's a double quote. Well, so you guys can come here, and from here now you guys can just give it a value. Let's say 65. Let's close this down with colon. Let's click on enter. Let's type this one var, and I will name this particular variable as num2. Okay, let's put this one as 75. And now over here, I will just close down my quotation, or I'll just put out the semicolon right over here. Okay. So over here, as you guys can see, now I do have mentioned two different kind of variables. Okay. So over here, you guys can see the first variable is num1. Okay. So this is the variable. And inside this particular variable, I do have the value of 65. Okay. And over here, now I do have define the second variable which I have named as num2. So you guys can change any name, like you guys can put out any name over here. And also here you guys can see that you guys can just put out anything, and you guys can just close it down with comma. Let's say now if anywhere I just put out any kind of printing instruction, let's say we do have used the console.log. Okay, so over here, if I just use console.log, and now let's open this parenthesis over here. And if I mention the name of the variable, let's say I will mention num1 plus, you guys can do minus, you guys can do plus, you guys can multiply, you guys can do the division. Okay, or let's say let's come over here, let's just change the variable. Let's go with 95 over here, and what I'm gonna do is I will just put num1 minus num2. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have the num2 over here. If you do want to put out spaces in between just to make it look better, you guys can come here and you guys can always do that. And after each line, you guys can come here and you need to make sure that you finish the line with a semicolon at last. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, here now I do have mentioned two variables, and I have told, or I do have commanded console.log. So if I just open my console from here, let's say if I come here, and from here, if I just open it up, I will be able to see that I will have the result, but not both of these values. Okay, so the result should come 20 because 95 minus 75 is 20 over here. Okay, and now let me also tell you guys about comment. Okay, so let's come down. Let me just show you guys about comment. So here, as you guys can see, when I'm using this double hash over here, it is known as commenting out. So as you guys can see, the places where I do have used this double hash, okay, it is just cutting off this piece of information. So I'm not letting my computer know that I want to run this code. So once I put this double hash over here in front of any line, in that case, my computer will basically not read whatever is inside this. Okay, it will understand that I am telling my PC that you should not read the files which I have over here. So the next question is, why do we use commenting out? Okay, so in that case, we have to understand that sometimes when we're building an application and when we're building a big website, so the code is not limited, like the code is not this much. We do have a lot many codes. Okay, we do have so many pages of codes over there, and sometimes with so many datas available, we might not understand that what's going on inside the code, like from where I should start. If you're working in a team, we need to understand, well, this is the part where you need to put on some drop down menu. This is the part you need to change the css, or this is the part you have to do some logical thinking. Okay, in that case, basically, as you guys can see, I do have named this one as like one different type of printing in javascript. So over here, if you just take a look, you guys will understand, well, okay, in this part I do have explained to you guys about different type of printing in JavaScript. Here you guys can see, well, in the second part, we do have learned the JavaScript console API. Okay, so you guys are clear about what's going on over here. As you guys can see, if I comment this thing out and if I just type comments, okay, so you guys can see that, well, in number 4, we do have learned about comments in JavaScript. So any kind of peaceful information which you want to include inside the program, just for your understanding or the understanding of your team member to level up the particular application or website, these comments are being used inside your program. Okay, so this is about programs. Okay, so you guys can come here and let's say you guys can put out your information regarding that. Let's say if I want to come here and now if I do want to tell any comment, let's say I do have a big uh what to say, I do have a big programming right over here. So if I do want to give some good information, so I can say that uh put out logical barriers over in the second line of the H1 tag. Okay, so if I just put this such information, okay, so the one who is actually working with me for the website or in the development of that particular website or application, they'll be able to read this one and they'll understand exactly what I want them to do. Okay, so these are just sharing information. Okay, this is a lot easier when you share information inside your file as well. Well, what will happen if I come here and if I don't use this comment out option? Well, if I come here and if I don't comment this particular thing out, and if I try to run this particular program, you guys will see that I will have an error in my page because this doesn't contain any kind of data, because the language using which I am talking with the computer is through a programming language. And over here, if my computer is trying to decode this, they won't be able to, because this is not any kind of data using which I do talk with my computer. Okay, so computer actually needs a piece or type of language using which we talk. So there are JavaScript, there is HTML, CSS programming language, there is Python programming language. Okay, so these are the type of languages which the computer understand, and that is the medium of communication between you and the computer itself. like I'm talking with you guys in English. So that's how we need to make sure that I do like you do talk with your computer using the desired programming language. Okay. So now let's come here, let's comment it out, and let's say you do have multiple lines. Let's come here, let's click on Control C, and let me just come right over here, and let's click on Control V, and let me just put let's come here, and let me just cancel this one. And let's say if I do have multiple lines, as you guys can see over here, I do have 4 lines, and all these 4 lines, what I want to do is I want to come here and I want to comment out all the 4 lines. Okay, so in that particular case, what you guys can do, if you're in VS Code, you guys can come here, you guys can just select all of this thing out, and you guys can just click on Control, and you guys can just put slash. Okay, so it will comment out. And there's other way how you will be able to do so. If you just come on top of this one and now put slash and put a asterisk, using which you will multiply as well. So if you just put out asterisk at first, and once you're done, you guys can just click on enter, come here, then again put this one and put a asterisk as well, and it will just finish commenting. Okay, so over here you guys can just come, let's just put the asterisk, and let's close this down. Let's come over here, and you guys can just type your things down. So over here, to open a multi-line comment, first you need to use the slash asterisk, then write down your comment, what you don't want to include inside your programming. Then once you close, you need to make sure that you put the asterisk first, and then you put the slash to like embed or enclose your comment section. So yeah, I hope this class was clear. So now let's go back over here into the console part over here about the variables. So I will be showing you guys how a variable works over here. Now let's come here and let's go to my index.html file. And once I'm right over here, let's just right click, otherwise let's come here, let's click on Control S, and let's open with the live server. Okay, so over here you guys can see I am opening this down with the live server, and now I will just open up my console inside the server as well. Let's go to the inspect page, and here inside the inspect page you guys can see that here I do have the answer 20 after the error. So if you just take out a look here, you guys can see inside this JS file over here I do have the verb1 and the num2, and here inside the console log I do have put out the equation as num1 minus num2. If I just change over here, let's say instead of minus, if I just put plus, and now if I just go and check here in my console, let's come here, let's reload the page. Okay, let's come here, let's try to reload. And from here, let's go to my VS Code. Let's click on Control S to save it. Let's come over here back again. And here you guys can see that I do have the answer as 170. So the same way, if I come here and if I do want to put minus again, okay, I will just click on Control S. Let's go to my page. And here you guys can see I do have the answer as 20 as well. Okay, so this is how it is important to understand about variables and comments inside your JavaScript. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're going to learn more about data types. Okay, so over here we do have learned about variables, and also I do have told you that it can contain a text or string, it can contain numerical value, and also it can contain Boolean values. So in our next class, we're going to learn more about these different kind of datas inside our JavaScript. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, Take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone. So, welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript Beginners Tutorial. So, now we are on our chapter number 9, where I'll be showing you guys about different types of data in JavaScript. So in our last class, we do have learned about variables and comment, and here we'll be talking about different kind of data available in JavaScript. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I do have opened up the JavaScript file, which I do have created. And here I do have explained you guys about variables and data types. And in the variables class or in the last class, I have told you guys that variables are like containers inside which you guys can store a different kind of data. Okay. So basically we are gonna talk about that. Okay. So let me just comment this thing out. Okay. So I'll just comment this one out and I will name this one as number 5 and I will name this particular thing as different data types. Okay, so I'll just come here. Let's type different data types. And as you guys can see now, what are the different kind of data types? As you guys can see, primarily, we gonna use two different kind of datas. Okay, so the first one, what we're gonna use is a string. So inside a variable, you guys can store a string or a text. So if you do want to store a string or text, what you're gonna do first is you guys need to write var for variable, and now you guys can name anything to your variable. Okay, so let's name this one as text1. Okay, and let's give it up a space and let's put equals to, and you can store a string inside a single quote or inside a double quote. So let me show you. Let me just create up a double quote and I'll just type this is string 1. Okay. So as you guys can see, I do have written this is string 1. And also to close this thing down, you guys can use the semicolon. And if you don't use as well, you guys don't have to. Okay, so I'll just copy this first thing, Control C to copy, Control V to paste. And now let's come here and let's change the name text2 and I'll just type this is string 2. Okay, so I'll just come here and let's type this is string 2. So over here, as you guys can see, this is basically known as the string data type. So let me just comment this one out and let me just type string. Okay, so this is the first kind of data. Let's come down and over here now let's, if you do want to print it, you guys can just type console.log over here. Otherwise, let's save this one first. Let's come to my website and over here, if I just refresh this particular page, you guys will be able to see that as well. Okay, so now let's come right over here. Otherwise, if you do want to create a new one, let's come here and let's open this thing up. Let's go to this HTML file. From here, now open with live server. Let's right click. Let's click on inspect. And over here, let's go to my console. Okay. And from here, as I have already mentioned of the variable, I can type console.log. And if I just open my bracket and over here, I can mention that to print, let's say, what was the name of the variable over here. Let's go to this index page. Let's say text1. Okay, so let's come over here. Okay, Let's come over here. And from here, let's type text1. So as you guys can see, and I will just close this thing down. And if I just click enter, you guys can see that over here, I do have this particular string. So let's come here and let's select this thing up, right click, let's copy, let's paste this thing. And over here, if I do want to print the text too, I can come here, let's click on enter, and here you guys can see this particular text is being printed as well. So I can just do it over here in my console inside my server. Otherwise, I can go into my VS Code, and from here I can just put console.log and I can print it as well. Okay. So instead of double quote, if you just use the single quotation over here, let's say if I'm using single quote on one side, I need to make sure that I use the same type of quotation on on both the sides. Okay, I need to make sure of that. But now if I just come here and if I just go back, you guys will see that there is no changes. Okay, console.log, and over here, let's go with text2. Let's click on enter, and here you guys can see again I do have this one known as this is string 2. Okay, so this is the first kind of data type known as a string. Now let me show you guys about the second type of data type, which is a number. Okay, so if you do want to store number, so the same way you just need to type var, and after that I will just type number 1 equals to 66. Let's click on enter. Let's type var. Let's put number 2 equal to 88. Okay, so in the same way, if you basically don't want to put out the semicolon, it will still work as well. So if you just want to come over here and go with console.log, and now let's go with number 1 divided by number 2. And if you do want to run it, Control S, let's go back to my server. You guys can see I do have the answer of 0.75. Okay, so this is how you guys can do some mathematical equation, or the same way you guys can just show one singular number. Okay, so you guys can come here, and without the semicolon as well, it will be reflected over here. As you guys can see, now this is showing me 66 as the variable value 66, this number 1. So this is the second type of data. And the third type of data is basically known as a object. Okay, so now we are going to learn about object. So let me just comment this one out, and let me just type object. Let's come down, and an object basically contains key component values. Okay, so if you do have used any other, like if you do have used Python programming language, inside Python, if you just know about the data type, which is known as a dictionary, like they do have multiple datas inside a dictionary, and there inside the dictionary we guys can actually put out multiple values. So let me just show you guys with an example. So for that also I need to type var, and now I have to make sure that I name this particular variable. Okay, so let's come here, let's name this object as CBC. Okay, so let me just go with CBC, which is the total blood count. And once you click on the equals to sign, you need to open the curly bracket. Okay, so I'll just come here, I will just put out the curly bracket. Let's click on enter, and over here now let's type. Okay, so HB is equal to, and to give some value to the element. Okay, what you need to do is you need to use the colon. Let's go and let's put 23. Let's come down and let's go with WBC. And from here, again, let's put 76. Let's click on enter. Let's come down and let's put RBC. Over here, let's put 75. Let's click on enter. Over here, let me just give any values. Okay, it can be anything. So over here I'm just showing you guys an example, so here you guys can do it with marks as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically do it with marks. So let's come here, RBC. Then after that I will just go with the platelets. Let's go with 64. Let's click on enter. I will just go with the ESR and let's give the value of 11. Okay, so as you guys can see over here, I do have these different kind of components inside, and inside this component, each of this thing basically do have a value inside of them. Okay, so over here, if I do want to print this thing out, let's come here, let's come down, and now let's try to go to my console. And over here in my console, if I just type console dot log, let's open this bracket, and over here let me just type the name. Okay, so let me just type CBC. Okay, and let's close down this particular bracket over here. So let's clear this thing out again, and from here let's type console.log, and over here now if I just go with console.log CBC, and here it's showing me that the CBC is not defined. Okay, so over here Control S. Otherwise, if you do want to close this thing down, let's say if you do want to close this particular object right over here, this object kind of data type. So for that, as you guys can see, I do have different kind of values over here. So the thing which I was doing wrong is I was not separating them. Okay, so you guys can come here and basically you guys can separate all of this individually. Okay, so now Control S. Let's go to my HTML file. Let's right click. Let's open it in the live server. Let's right click. Let's go to inspect. And from here, now, if I just type console.log and let's type CBC. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have the CBC right over here. Let's close this thing down. And if I just click this one, and here you guys can see, now I do have all the values which I did have inside the object. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, now I do have the value of each and everything. As you guys can see, I do have 5 elements inside my object. You guys can see that I do have 5 elements right over here. Okay, if you want to see, you guys can come here. You guys can just drop this menu down and you guys will be able to see that I do have the 5 objects, and individually if I want to work with anything, I can come here and I can work with anything. And here you guys can see the prototype is an object. Okay, so now you guys can come here and this is how you guys will be able to make an object inside. Okay, let's go to my JS file, and this is basically the object data type. So you guys can put multiple data. So what you need to do is you need to make sure that you name that, and again you put equal to sign and open the curly bracket, and inside the curly bracket you need to put all your values, and let's say these are the key. Okay, so these are known as the key by which your value is defined, and each key do have a value. Okay, you guys can put the value in string as well. Okay, you guys can use string and use numerical values as well. Totally depends up to you. So this is the third kind of data type. So now let's comment this out and let's show you guys about the fourth data type known as the Boolean values. Okay, so what are Boolean values basically? So Boolean values are just true and false. Okay, so if I just create a var, let's say var x. Okay, so I will just put equals to true. Okay, so let's put this one as true, and let's come down. Let's put var y equals to false. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create up a true and false variable. And the same way, if you do want to come over here inside the console, okay, so Control S to save it. Let's come to my console, and over here, let's go with console.log, and let's name this one as X. Okay, and if I just click on enter here, you guys can see that I do have the true value. But the same way, let's come here. Let's just copy this one. Copy from here. Let's paste this thing and let's put two values, X, comma, Y. And if you click on enter here, you guys can see I do have both the values of both the variables. So the first one is true and the second one is false. Okay, so here we do have seen about four different types of data. Okay, so the first one is a string, the second one is a number, then an object, then I do have Boolean values. Okay, so mostly if I tell you guys that we are going to use string and number and also object sometimes, but we're not going to use Boolean values that much. So you guys might not agree with me, but when we're doing some big projects, we might hardly use the Boolean values in many cases. Okay, but it might be different for you, depends on the project you guys are doing. Okay, so here we do have the Boolean values. Okay, so now the data type about which we're gonna learn over here is basically an undefined variable. Okay, so over here, what do you mean by undefined? Okay, so let me just come here and let me just comment this out, and I will just name this one as undefined variable. Let's come down, and this particular type of variable, they don't have any kind of value. Okay, so if I just type var, and afterwards you guys can just name this one as anything. Let's say if I come here and if I just name this one as ABC, and after typing ABC, let's put equal to sign. And now if I just type undefined, as you guys can see here, it shows that this particular variable is known as undefined. Okay, so if I just type this thing down as undefined, and now uh, let's come down and let's type console.log. Let's open up the bracket, and if I just type undefined over here, you guys will be able to see that it will print undefined. Okay, Control S, and let's go to my console, and over here just underneath the 66 value, you guys can see it's written undefined right over here. Okay, so this is how it's written undefined. Well, let me come over here and let's click on Control S, and over here now let's say if I just put the value of ABC and Control S, let's come over here, let's run this particular server again. It will show me undefined right over here because ABC doesn't contain anything. Okay, so over here inside my VS Code, inside the console.log, I do have put ABC, but the ABC variable doesn't have anything inside, like it is undefined. Okay, so this is a different data type known as undefined data type. But now I want you to remember one thing. Okay, so over here now, as you guys can see that I do have named this one as ABC equals to undefined. But the main part over here, I want you guys to focus. Let's say I do have typed the variable as ABC, but instead of providing any value, if I just close this thing directly over here, and now if I just give the command of console.log and I'm telling him to print ABC inside the console. Let's Control S to save it. Let's go back to my server. And if I just play this thing around, you guys can still see that it will return me undefined instead. Okay, so I'll just close this thing down. And again, let's go to my HTML page over here. Let's open with the live server. Let's right click, let's go to inspect. You guys will be able to see that here it is showing me undefined as the answer. Okay, because whether you do have proof or whether you do have provided a value or not, over here it will show you undefined because it doesn't have any value. You don't have to write undefined itself. It will just understand that, well, as you don't have provided any value to it, this particular value is undefined. So this is another kind of variable which can be used, and the similar type of data type which we're gonna learn over here is known as the null data type. Okay, so I will just come here, and basically a null data type is kind of similar, but over here I need to make sure that I do mention it inside. Okay, so if I come here and if I just name this one as NA equal to null. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have mentioned this one as null. Let's click on enter, console.log, open parenthesis, and over here if I just type NA and Control S to save it, if I just go back to my server, just underneath the undefined, you guys can see null is being printed. Okay, so here console.log NA, but the value of NA is null. Okay, so this is the data type as well if you want any of your variable to be null. Okay, so this is the kind of data type which we guys will be using. So over here we do have learned about string, number, object, boolean values, undefined variable, and null data type. Well, so I hope till this much it was clear. And now the next type of data which we're gonna learn is basically an array. Okay, but before moving on to array, let's try to understand that at the higher level of learning JavaScript, the data types are basically categorized into two different parts. Okay, so for that, let's come down and over here, let's comment this thing out. Okay, otherwise, let's just come here and let me just use the multiple line of commenting out. Let's come here and over here, let's put up an asterisk. Let's click on enter. And over here now, let's type at the higher level, datas are divided in two different categories. Okay, so the first one over here, it is defined as primitive data type. And also I'll show you guys that what all comes under the primitive data type. And the second point over here, let's come here, let's click on enter, control V. So the first one is primitive data type, and the second one is the reference data type. Okay, so I will just type reference data type. So under this primitive data type, we basically do have strings. Okay, so we do have the numbers, we do have the booleans, we have the null, undefined, and symbols. Okay, so symbols is another data type, so I don't want to confuse you guys by telling about symbols right now, but all you need to understand at this point of time is that symbol is also a data type which actually holds up a value. Okay, so if I just start telling you guys about symbols, so this is an advanced level thing. So let's try to understand that string, numbers, booleans, null, and undefined, and symbols, these are the 6 data types which comes under the primitive data type. And under the reference data type, we do have arrays and objects. Okay, so here, this are primitive data type, and this one is a reference data type. So let's come here. Let me just close this thing down. Okay, so I do have come here, and also I do have closed these comment or multiple line of comments over here. Okay, so we do have already learned that what string, numbers, booleans, null, undefined is. We do have also seen about objects. So if I just come back over here in object, you guys can see once I was defining object here, it is basically defined using a curly bracket. So inside the curly bracket, I do have double component values over here. These are the key component, and each key component basically do have a value, and those are differentiated by a comma in each line. So you guys can just put it beside as well. So how an array is different. So if you do want to type an array, you need to understand that an array basically contains more than one element. Okay, so you guys can actually store multiple element inside one array, and inside the array you guys can have different type of data type. Like you will be able to store a number, you will be able to store a string, you will be able to store a boolean value at the same array. So if you do want to type array, what you need to do is you guys can name it anything. Okay, let me just name this one as array. Let's come here, let's put out the equals to sign, and as you guys can see, for object we do have used the curly bracket over here to define array. I need to make sure that I use the square bracket. Okay, so I'll just come here, I will just use up the square bracket, otherwise I can just put this one at the same line. Okay, let's go back, and over here let me just put out a number. Let's say 6, 8, 22, and let's come here, let's just put up a string. Let's say Nathan. Let's come here and let's store up a boolean value. Let's say true. So over here, I will just put out a boolean value. Let's come here, and over here, let's put out another string using the double quote. Let's say Brand. Okay, so I will just name Brand over here, and this is a array, and this is how you just basically type an array. So as I have array right over here, let me just name this one an array as well. Let's come right over here, let's click on enter, and now let's comment this thing out, and let's type array. Okay, so let's come down, And if I just go back to my console, let's come over here. Let's go to, and over here, let's type console dot log, and let's name, or let's put up the name of that particular array. So here you guys can see I do have array. Let's close this thing down. And if I click on enter, you guys can see that over here now I do have all the components which I had inside my array. So here it's showing me that I do have 6, 8, 22, Nathan, True, and Brent. And if you guys take a look, it contains different kind of data types. So the first three are variables like numbers. Okay, over here I do have two text and one boolean value. And also let me show you guys that here you guys can just put some number with point as well. Okay, Control S. Let's come over here, and if I just type console dot log, let's type array. Let's click on enter, and here you guys can see now you do have the number with 22.76 as well. And at first you guys can see here you do have 6 because it signifies that inside your array we do have 6 elements. Okay, and from here, let's say I don't want to see the whole array which I have over here. Okay, inside here I just want to see this number 6. Okay, so now before that, let me just tell you guys about a simple thing. So this class is taking a bit longer, but I want you guys to understand. So the thing which we're gonna learn is about index numbering. Okay, so let's come down, and over here let's put A, B, C, D, E, F. Come down, let's comment out. And here, as you guys can see, if I do have 6 components over here. So in programming, how the numbering works is the numbering starts from 0. Let's say it will be known as 0, then 1, then it will be known as 2. Over here, it's 3. This one will be 4, and this one will basically be 5. Okay, but the same way, if I come here and if I want to do the minus numbering, it will just start from -1 from the right hand side. If I start counting from the left hand side, so it will just go as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But if I want to do the minus marking, it will basically start from -1, then I will have -2, -3, -4, -5, and -6. Okay, so let me just show you guys by printing that thing out. Okay, so let's come over here into my live server, and here in the live server, let's go and let's type console dot log, and let's open the parenthesis. Over here, let's type array, and let's open up the square bracket. And over here, if I just type 0, let's close down the square bracket. Let's close down the parenthesis as well. And if I click on enter, here you guys can see now over here I do have the value 6. Okay, and why I do have the value 6 over? If you go to the VS Code, you will see that the first object inside your array, or the first element inside your array, is number 6. So the index number 0 is here, the index number 1 is over here, this is number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, and the same way, if you want to come here and let's say I do want to copy this thing, let's come over here, and from here now let's just Control C. Let's come down, let's click on Control V, and instead of 0, let's put -1. Okay, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see that now this minus thing is basically not working. Okay, so this one shows me that this is undefined. Okay, so about this we will learn later, but I do have told you guys about the index numbering. So make sure that you keep that particular thing in mind. But over here, using the index number, if you want to have multiple objects as well, let's say from here I want to have the elements of 2 comma 4. Okay, and if I just come here and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see now I do have the value of 4. Okay, so here you guys can see this is 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so inside an array, if you do want to mention, so you guys will be able to mention only one number at once, which is another thing to remember. Okay, so let me just clear down my console, and from here let's type console dot log. Let's open parenthesis, let's type array, and let's come here, let's type 2, and let me just close down the square bracket. Let me close down the parenthesis over here. And if I just click on enter, you guys can see I do have the answer as 22.76. And here you guys can see the number which I have mentioned inside my array variable is 22.76. Okay. So I hope you guys to have understood this class on different kind of data type. I do understand that this class was quite longer. So let me just go through all of this again. So the first data type which we have learned is about the string. The second one is about numbers. The third data type is the object data type. The fourth which we have learned is the Boolean values data type. The fifth one is the undefined variable. Okay, how you will be able to use an undefined variable. What is a null data type? We do have categorized all our data types in two different categories if we are working at the higher level. So the first one is the primitive data type, and the second one is the reference data type. And lastly, we do have learned about arrays. Okay, how you will be able to mention only one element from the whole array, and also able to see that how many element is present inside the array as well. And also we do have learned about index numbering. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about JavaScript itself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10 where we will be learning about operators. Okay, so over here we will be learning about using different kind of operators inside JavaScript. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, again, I am here in my JavaScript file in which we guys were working before. And from here, now let's come down and we're gonna learn about different kind of operators. Okay, so let me just comment this out and let me just type operators. And let's come down over here and we're gonna start learning different kind of operators. So over here, you guys can see I do have just commented out each and everything like over here, mainly this console.log, because when I check my console over here, I want it to be empty, and whatever arithmetic operations or whatever operator I show you guys, I want you guys to see that only. So the first kind of operators which we're gonna see is basically an arithmetic operator. Okay, so let's come here and let's type arithmetic operators. Okay, so what are basically the arithmetic operators? Okay, so arithmetic operators are like, let's say I do have two numbers and I do want to use the plus sign, minus, and if I do want to use the division or multiplication, I can do that. Let's say over here, I will just put out the values. Okay, so for that, now let's come over here and let's use a. Okay, so I'll just come here A is equals to 2 and B, or let's come here, A is equals to 60, let's say, and B is equal to 3. Okay. So if you just come over here and now if I just click on enter and let's type console.log and let's me open parenthesis, and over here I want to type like this is the value, or I will just type the value of A plus, let's go with plus B is, and after writing is, let me just put this one inside the quotation. Okay, so let's come here, let me just put these things inside the double quote and let me just give it up a space. The value of A plus B is A. Then I will just come here, I will just give it up a space. Let's put my operator A plus B. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I'm telling that the value of A plus B is A plus B over here. Okay, so if I do want to show this one, let's come here. Let me just put out a comma. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just put out a comma. Control S to save it. Let's come over here and you guys can see that now in my console I do have that the value of A plus B is 63. Okay, because 60 plus 3 is equals to 63. So the same way you guys can just copy this thing out. Let's say Control C to copy. Let's come down. Let's click on Control V, Control V. Let's come down Control V over here. So instead of plus, you guys can just use these other operations as well. Let's put minus over here. Let's put out asterisk for multiplication and let's put hash for division as well. Okay, so the same way I will come here. I will just put the slash, then I will just change this one to asterisk and I will just change this one to a minus sign over here. And now if I just save this one and if you just run this, you guys can see I do have plus, minus, multiplication, and over here I do have the division as well. Okay, so I hope this one was clear for you about the arithmetic operators. So now let's go and let's go to my VS Code over here. So we do have learned about the arithmetic operators over here. So the next kind of operator about which we're gonna learn over here is basically about the comparison operators. Okay, so let me just comparative operators. Okay, so let's come here, let's type comparative operators. And let's click on enter. Let's come down. And over here, as you guys can see, now at this particular point, I want to comment this whole thing out as well. Okay, it's because I don't want to confuse you guys with so many of these things inside my console. Let's click on control and I will just comment this whole thing out. So comparative operators, let's click on enter. And over here, now I will just put some value. Let's say I will just type var and let me just use the variable AB. Okay. And over here I will just put equals to, and now let's say I will just put the value 22 and let's type var. Let's type BA equal to 22. 20. Okay. So over here, let's click on enter and let me just type console.log. Let's open parenthesis. And over here now, if I just tell that AB is equal to, okay, so over here if I want to compare between two objects, okay, so for that what I can do is I can come here and I need to use the double equals to sign, and let's say I do want to tell that BA. Okay, so over here I do have this particular statement. Now let's come here, let's control C, and let's come down, let's click on control V again, and let me just put control V. Let's come over here, let's take this whole thing, control C, then let's come right over here, let's put control V, and again control V right over here. So as you guys can see now, I do have double equal to, and the next value which I can put inside this comparison or comparative operators is that I can tell that AB is greater than or equal to. Okay, so I can just use those particular options as well. So let me just put greater than and equal to, and also over here you guys can use like less than and equal to, like you guys can come here and you guys can use less than equal to, and also you guys can just use less than. Okay, so let's come over here, and from here let's only use the less than, and over here let me just use the greater than sign. Okay, so as you guys can see over here, you guys can see the value of AB is 22 and the value of BA is 20. So over here, all the answers inside these comparative operators will be given to me in form of a Boolean value. Okay, so we do have already learned that what a Boolean value is. Okay, so we do have understood that a Boolean value is true and false. Okay, so if I come here and now if I just check out my console, okay, so let's come right over here, let's refresh this thing down, and let's come down right over here, control S to save it. Okay, so let's come here, control S, and here you guys can see that the first statement is false. Okay, and why it's false? Because here I'm saying that, well, AB is equal to B. But here you guys can see both the values are different. So the first value is 22 and the second value is 20. But afterwards, I can see that the AB value is 22. Okay, so over here it says that AB is greater than or equal to BA. Okay, so this particular statement is true, and here you guys can see this statement is true over here, and all of this underneath are accordingly the correct statement. Okay, so here you guys can see this is about the comparative operators. So now the next operators we're gonna learn is about the assignment operators. Okay, so over here we were comparing between these numbers. Okay, so you guys can do it in case of strings as well. Okay, but now let's try to see about the assignment operators. Okay, so for assignment operators, if I come here and let me just create a var. Okay, so over here I will just create a variable, and if I just come here and if I tell my variable is that now I will have a variable known as C. Okay, so if I tell, as you guys can see already, I do have these two variables over here. And if I mention that, well, C is equal to AB. Okay, so you guys can see already over here on top, you guys will be able to see the value of AB is 22. So over here under the assignment operators also, I am telling that, well, the value of C is equal to AB. Okay. So for that, if I do want to come here and now if I just come down, let's click on enter. And over here, if I just type console.log and if I just type C, okay, and let's click on Control S to save it. Here you guys can see now I do have 22 over here because I have defined that, well, the value of C is equal to AB. So, well, if I just change the variable over here, let's go with 21 and Control S to save it. Let's come over here. You guys can see in the live server, the value of C have also been updated. Okay, so this is how it works. So now let's assign different objects to this. So if I come right over here and if I mention, let's say like console dot log, and over here let me just type that C. So I will come here as C over here and I will just tell that, well, so over here I want to say that as the value of C is equal to AB, for C what I want to do is first I want to put out a value. Let's say C plus, okay, let's put plus equal to 1. Okay, so as you guys can see, now over here I am telling that the value of C is equal to AB, so the value of AB is 21. But now here I have also written that over here that C, the value of C is being updated here in the second line, as it says that C is going to plus 1 with it. So if I do want to type it, so this is how it will come out. Let's come here and the full statement is C equal to C plus 1. Okay, so this is the statement. So in shortcut, I do have written it quite like this. Okay, so you guys can come here, Control S to save it. As you guys can see, the value of AB is 21. The answer should come to 22. Okay, so over here, you guys can see the answer is 22 right over here. Okay, so the same way you guys can just put out some different values. Let's say, okay, let's come here and from here now let's copy this one. Okay, so let's just select and let's type control, or let's just select all of this thing, control C, control V, control V over here, control V over here as well, and let me just put minus, let me put out an asterisk, and over here let me just put out division. Okay, so over here instead of putting 1, let me come here and let me just put the number 3. Okay, so let's just put number 3 over here, and also I will just put number 3 over here as well. Let me just delete this particular comment which I had. Control S to save it. And if you just go to this particular console, okay, you guys will be able to check this one out. Okay, so let's come here, let's save this one, and here you guys can just print all of this thing down individually. Okay, so let's come here. And now if you do want to refresh this particular page, okay, you guys can see it's showing you only the first value. Okay, but over here if you just come here and let's say I want to comment down, okay, so like let's say I want to come here, I want to comment down all of these three things, you guys will be able to see that it is getting divided by the number. So if you just come over here, now let's just refresh and let's just save this one. Control S to save it. Let's come over here. So from here, I need to make sure that I just come here and I just turn off. And here you guys can see now I do have the value of 7. Okay. So 3 divided. And now over here, if you do want to do it for all of this, you guys will be able to do for all of this as well. Okay. So this is how it actually works. Let me just comment this down for you. Let's come right over here and let me just turn off this one for you as well. So we do have learned about 3 type of operators: the arithmetic operators, the comparative operators, and the assignment operators. So the next type of operators using which we're gonna learn is known as the logical operators. Okay, so let me just type logical operators and let's come down, and over here let's try to understand that what a logical operator is. Okay, so if you just come down right over here and let's go with console dot log, let's open this one, and over here let's try to put on different kind of values. Okay, so let me just put out boolean values over here, and under these logical operators as well we do have 3 different type of operators. Okay, so first we gonna learn about and. Okay, so we are going to learn and here inside the logical operator. So let me just mark this one as well. Okay, so I will just type and what it does is basically, let's come here, and here for to mark the AND operator you just need to use this double sign of AND. So if I just type true, let's come here, let me just type true over here, and now let me just copy this thing. Okay, so control C, let's come down, control V, let's come down, control V, let's click on enter and control V over here as well. Okay, so first I do have true, and let's make this second statement as false. Let's make the first statement as false, and let's come here and let's make both the statement as false. Okay, so now let's try to understand this one. So a logical operator basically are this one which is inside. So this is an AND operator. So here you guys can see the first one is true. So the ultimate value of this one is going to be true. So in this particular sense, we need to understand inside the log, it will judge that, well, the first statement is true and the second condition is true as well. So the whole answer will be true. But if you see that here I do have one true and one false. So in that case, what it will do is that the ultimate answer which it will show me is false because one statement is false. Inside the AND operator, it both have to be the same Boolean value. Okay, so for this one also it will show me false, and lastly, as both the statement are false, it will show me false as the answer. Okay, so if you just come over here, let's click on Control S, let's come down, and here now let's come and let's see where the problem is. So now over here, let's refresh this page again. And here you guys can see the same way the first value is true and all the values which follows are false. Okay, so this is how AND operator works inside the logical operators. And the next thing we're gonna learn is about the OR operator. Okay, so I will just name this one as or. And the same way, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna take this thing, Control C, and let's click on Control V to paste it. So as you guys can see now, I do have the or operator, but as you guys can see for and we do have used this sign, but for or what we need to do is we need to make sure that we use this. So we're gonna use this double straight line. Okay, so for that, let's cancel this one. Let's come here, and from here let's use both of this, and let's come here, let's use it here again. So let's come here, I will just put out the same. Let's come here. Let's put this out again. So let me just select all of this, control hash to just comment out everything. So over here, if you just take up a look here now, instead of AND operator, I do have used the OR operator. And to show the OR operator, this is the value or the sign symbol which is being used. So from here now, it is exactly the opposite of the AND operator. Okay. So in AND operator, both the values needed to be true or both the values needed to be false to show the result. But over here, if any of the statement is true, it will show you true. If any of the statement, like if any of the statement out of this is true, it will show you the true value. Unless both the values are false, only that time it will show you false. So the first three things over here, it will show you true. Okay, let's come here and let's just comment this down as true as well. And here now, if I just run this one, let's go to my live server. Here you guys can see the first three statement is true and the last statement is false, because only in the last statement I do have both the values or both the operators as false. Okay, so let's come here and now we're gonna learn about the third type of logical operator, which is the not operator. Okay, so inside the not operator, if I just come here, let's say Control C to copy, let's come here, Control V, and now what I'm gonna do is, let's say I want to define this one. Well, I want to say that this is a false statement. So for that, let's come here. Let me just delete this one. So here you will be able to see that the first statement where I do have written that not true. Okay, so this one basically means that this is not true. So I do have used this single line. So it means that this is not true. So here the first one's answer in the console is going to be false, and the second one answer in the console is going to be true. So just the opposite. Okay, so over here, let me just comment out this console as well over here. And now if I just show you guys by saving this up here, you guys will be able to see the change. Let's come over here. And again, let's go to my VS Code. So let me just go to my VS Code again, and let me just type it down manually. Let's come here, and if I just type false, okay, otherwise let's type true. So now for not, I need to use this exclamation sign at first. Okay, so let me just put the exclamation sign, and here this is the not statement. Okay, so this exclamation mark is not operator. This double straight lines are the OR operators, and this double AND sign are known as the AND operator inside this logical operator. So let me just click on Control S, and if you see here, you guys can see the first statement is false and the second statement is true, as I do have mentioned is not true and not false. So it's just the vice versa, as you guys can see in the comment. I do have mentioned that as well. So yeah, I hope this class was clear on operators. So I hope to see you all in another chapter in JavaScript where we're gonna learn more about it. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, where we'll be learning about functions. Okay, so we're gonna learn about functions in detail here in this particular class. We'll learn what a function is, how it is being used inside JavaScript. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in my index.js file. And in last class, we do have learned about operators. And here in this particular class, let me mention that this is the class number 6, let's suppose. Okay, so 6 was operators. So I will just mark this one as 7 and let's name this one as functions. And let's come here and let me just comment this thing out. So what are functions basically? Well, functions are basically a set of commands which we set over here in case we don't want to repeat the same thing again and again. So if I just give you guys a small example, let's say you are a school teacher, okay, and you do have 100 kid in your class and you want to make result or you want to get the CGPA of those. So well, you know the process of getting the CGPA, like that is a long process. So just think, do you want to do that same thing 100 times, or you just want to give the results and you just want to call that particular action and it will just keep on doing that same thing for you automatically. Okay, so here what we can do is using function, we guys can come here and we guys can save that particular function, and whenever we need that set of function to work for us, we can come here and we guys can call for that particular function over here and it will basically work. So let's come here and let's just name this one as function. If you do want to call any function, let's come here, let's put function, and now you guys can name your function. Let me just try to find an average. Okay, so I will just name my function an average, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put equal to sign, and now I'm gonna tell that to function what all I am going to provide. Okay, so let me just put a, b, and C. Okay, so I'm telling my condition that I'll be providing this with three particular values. Okay, so now let's come down, and instead over here, if I don't need to basically put equal to. Okay, so I won't put out the equal to sign. Let's come over here and let's just put this one, come here, and to mention my function, like you guys can see, I have told that, well, this is a function and the name of the function is avg, as I do want to find the average of the three numbers, and I have also provided that what all I want to provide. So these are three parameters as I want to provide. So to open up this function or to write the condition, I will just open the curly bracket over here. Let's click on enter, and as you guys can see, now I can say that return statement, let's say I will just turn return, and over here I can basically write what I exactly want. Okay, so over here for return, let's say I will just type a plus, or let me just give it a space to make it look good, a plus b plus c. And now I will just divide this by 3. Okay, so this is the statement. Like if you just come over here, and now let me just close the parenthesis over here as well. And you guys can see that now I do have this particular equation over here. So this is a very small function in which I says that here I will provide these 3 parameters inside this function. Okay. And the logic is return me a plus b plus c. So the 3 parameters which I'll be providing, it will get added over here, and to find the average it will divide this by the number of elements. Okay, so over here the number of element is 3, as you guys can see. Okay, so for that now let's click on enter and let's come down, and over here if I want to call this particular function which I have, so for that what I can basically do is I can come here and let's name this one as a1 equal to, and now I will just call the particular function. So as you guys can see, this is a function. So let me just type a v g, and now I'm gonna open the parenthesis, and over here you guys can see they're asking me for 3 numbers. Okay, so I can just come here, let me just provide 22, then I will just differentiate it using comma. You guys can see they're asking me for the b value, so I will just put 34. I will just put out a comma, and now I will just put 44 over here. Okay, so you guys can see now over here I do have named this one as a1. Let's come here, let's put this one as b1 equal to a vg. Let's open parenthesis, let's put 10 comma 14 comma 18. Okay, so as you guys can see over here I have called out for the function. Okay, so as you guys can see I have called out for function and I have provided this information. So if I wanted to find the average of b1 also, I have to do this whole equation again. But instead of doing the whole equation again, over here I do have only mentioned the function over here. So now if I do want to print this out inside my console, I will just type console.log, and let's open this one and let's put a1 and b1. Okay, so over here now I do have the values. So over here now let's try to check this one. Let's put Control S, let's go to my server, and here you guys can see the value of a1 is 33.33 and the value of b1 is 14. Okay, so you guys can see I do have 2 values. So the same way, if I do want to come here and let's say if I just click on enter and if I just name something as c1, and if I just put a vg, now let's open the parenthesis and let me just provide 3 more values. Let's go with 40 comma 50 comma 60. Okay, so if I just come over here and now also inside the console.log, I will just put c1 right over here, Control S to save it. Let's go to my live server, and here you guys can see now I do have this value as 50 as well. Okay, because the average of 50, 40, 50 and 60 is 50. Okay, so here I don't have to do it again and again. So this is basically the simplest form of creating a function. Okay, so this can be the simplest form of basically creating a function. But over here now, let's say if you want to come here, let's click on enter. Instead of returning over here, you guys can also make it more complicated. Okay, so let me show you guys about that. So now let's come here and let's change the name of this particular function. Let me name this one as diff. Okay, because over here I want to find the difference between two numbers. Okay, so I will just name this particular function as diff. And over here now, let me just clear this thing out. Let's come here, and from here, let's click on enter. And what I want to do is I want to name this particular variable as C. Okay, so I'm just defining my condition. So C is equal to A minus B. Okay, so that is my statement. And if I just come down, I want it to return C. Okay, so as you guys can see, I want it to return me the C. Okay, so here now I do have this particular statement, and over here now, as you guys can see, A1. So I will come here and I will just mention my function, which is diff. Okay, so the same way, let's come here and let's put diff. Let's come over here and let's change it to diff. And let me just delete all these particular values which I have. Okay, so I will just delete this value. Let's come here and let me just put 18 comma 12 and then 44 comma 20. Okay, so as you guys can see now over here, I do have called the diff function over here in all these three statements which I have provided. So using the function, we don't have to repeat the same argument again and again to get out the result. Okay, so if I just click on Control S and let's come here, you guys can see the answer is 24, 6 and minus 10. Okay, so over here as you guys can see 50 minus 60 is minus 10. Okay, so you guys will be able to get values in minus numerical value as well. So this is basically the usage of function, and function will be inactivated till the time you don't call for it inside your programming. Okay, so this is quite important that when we are working in a repetitive cycle, we do create a function and we do call it wherever we need it. So we can have multiple function with different name. Make sure to have different name because it will be easier for you to identify and there won't be any confusion. Okay, make sure to write it down if you are creating some big programs and stuff. Okay, so make sure of that. So yeah, I hope this class was clear. Now, before closing this one, let me just tell you guys about a simple thing over here. Okay, so now if I come here and let's say you guys can see that the value which are written over here, it's coming in blue color. Okay, so you guys will have some purpose for that. Well, so if I just come here and if I just type console dot log, and if I just open parenthesis and let's see if I just keep this thing under inside my quotation, let's say if I just put 24 inside quotation Now let me just close this thing down, and if I click on enter here, now you guys can see this particular numerical value is showing me in black color, but over here on top it is showing me in a blue color. So this one is now basically have turned into a string because I do have put quotation just beside this one, or this is inside a quotation, but over here these are numbers or integers which I have used. So in your server console or in your website console, it will show you guys the blue numbers, which signifies a value or a numerical value. And here in the same console, a black one, you should understand that that one is basically a string. So this is the difference between a string and a number, like how you will be able to differentiate between those. And also, let me just tell you guys that in our last class, we do have learned about operators. And here, just for your knowledge, if anyone asks you that what is an operand and what is an operator, that you guys know, let's say over here, I do have variables. Okay. So here, let's say I do have this two variable. Okay. So here A is an operand, okay, B is an operand, but here this particular arithmetic operator, okay, or these operators are known as these are known as operators, and the one who are taking part, let's say the value or the variable, are basically known as operands. So these are operands, and these are basically this particular signs. Okay, these operators are operators itself. So yeah, I hope this class was clear. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and I'd like to welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12, where we'll be learning about the conditional statement. So over here, we will learn about the if statement, we will learn about the else statement, and also we will learn about the if else ladder, where we're going to use the else if statement as well. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So on my screen, as you guys can see that over here, basically I already have commented out all of these things. And now let's comment this one out as well. Let me number this one as 8, and we're gonna learn about conditional statements. So over here, we are going to learn about the conditional statements. And over here now, if you guys have remembered that when we were learning about operators, we do have learned about these comparative operators over here. Okay, like how you will be able to compare between operators. So if I just show you guys an example, you guys will understand about this in a better way. So the first thing over here inside the conditional statement is that we will be able to use the if and the else statement. Okay, so now let's name this one as if else statement. And if you just come right over here, now first you guys can just mention if, and once you have mentioned if, now you guys can just provide the condition which you want it to follow. Okay, so let's come here, let's open parenthesis over here, and now let me just put out a value. Okay, so for that, let's say I will come over here, and now I want to say, I want to name this one as age. Okay. And also I want to use the comparative statement. Let's say I will put less than 3. Okay. And over here now, let's provide a value for age. Okay. Let's go with age is equal to 5. Okay, so if I put age is equal to 5, and in my if statement, I do have mentioned the condition that if age is uh, less than 3, so I will come here and let's open this parenthesis. Okay, so as I do have opened up the parenthesis over here, now I do have to provide the condition. Let's come here, let's come over here on top, let's click on enter, and over here now let's type console dot log. Let's open parenthesis, let's open the double quote, and I will tell that your age is more than 3. Okay, your age is more than 3 years. Like whatever string you want to put inside, you guys can basically put those things right over here as well. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, I do have already mentioned this, but over here I need to make sure that I mention this one as a var, okay, or a variable. So over here you guys can see the name of my variable is age and the value is equal to 5. So over here I'm telling that, well, if 5 is less than 3, okay, so in that case I want it to print that. Or now let's say if I will just put greater than sign, okay, so if 5 is greater than 3, then I want you to print that your age is more than 3 years. Okay, so now if I come here, let's go Control S to save it. Let's come over here, and here, as this particular statement is true, as 5 is greater than 3, it's printing your age is more than 3 years. But here, if I just come and if I just put 2 as the answer, and now if I just go here in my live server, you guys can see that it is not printing anything for me. Okay, because here comes the play of using the else statement. Okay, so over here I do have mentioned, well, if the statement is true, I want you to print your age is more than 3 years. But I did mention that, well, if my age is less, or if the statement is false over here, what do I want to print? So I will just come here, let's click on enter, and I will just type else. Let's open up the curly bracket, and after coming right over here under the else statement, I will just type console dot log. Let's open parenthesis, and I will just open double quote, you are not more than, or I will just type you are not even 3 years old. Okay, so over here now I do have answer if this particular statement is true or false. Okay, so now if I come here and now if I just try to print, last time we do have seen that the statement over here, I didn't have any answer. But now if I just click on Control S and if I just go to my live server, here you guys can see now it's written you are not even 3 years old. Okay, so over here as the value of the variable age is equal to 2, it is showing that, well, this particular statement is false. So first it's checking the if condition. So well, as this is false, I won't be able to print this one. But here now I do have else statement. So as the else statement is true, here it's typing that you are not even 3 years old. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually use the if and the else statement over here. Okay, so this was one part, and the next part under the conditional statement we're gonna learn is about the if else ladder. Okay, so over here now let's come here, let's comment this out, and I will just name this one as if else ladder. Okay, so once you're over here, let's come down, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to mark all of this. Okay, and I'm going to comment all of this out. Okay, control slash, and I'm just commenting out each and everything right over here. So now from here, what I'm gonna do is again, let's just create up a variable. Let's say I will just name this variable as age itself. And over here now, I will just put the value equals to 7. Okay, so I will just put var age equal to 7. So inside this if else ladder, you are going to use the if statement, you're going to use the else statement, and also you are going to use the else if statement as well. Okay, so as you have mentioned the variable, so now you do have to mention the condition. Okay, so over here now I will just type if, let's open parenthesis, age is greater than or equals to, okay, let's say I will just type greater than and equal to 5, or let's go with 18. Then over here now let's open up this curly bracket, let's click on enter, and over here I will just type console dot log. Let's open parenthesis right over here, let's open the double quote, and I will just type you are a kid. Okay, so here if the age is, let's say, less than. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just put the less than sign over here, and as you guys can see now, the first condition is if the age is less than and equal to 18, then I will just print that you are a kid. But over here now you need to think, well, if the age, or here if the variable age, if I put 18 over here, what it should print. Okay, so now let's come over here and let's type else if. Okay, so I will just type the else if statement, and let's open parenthesis right over here, and I want to mention the condition again. Let's go with age, and as I do want to compare, let's give double equal to 18. And now let's open up the curly bracket. Let's click on enter. And I want to say console dot log. Let's open parenthesis right over here. And I will just type you just turned 18. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, in the else if statement I have mentioned that, well, only in the case that I do have the age or the variable as 18, it's going to print you just turned 18 over here. Otherwise, let's come here, let me just remove the equal to sign, and now let's come down over here. Now I am going to use the else statement. Okay, so under the else statement, let's come over here. Let's open up the curly bracket. Let's click on enter. I will just type console dot log. Let's open parenthesis. Let's open the double quote. I will just type you are above 18. Okay, so as you guys can see over here, now I do have three conditions. So the first condition is that I'm telling, well, if here in the age variable, it shows that the age is less than 18, I want you to print that you are a kid. And only if here the condition it shows that 18, you will print you just turned 18. And if both of the statement are false, automatically it will understand that, well, the value is above 18, so it will print that you are above 18. So here you guys can add multiple else if statement over here. Okay, you guys can basically add multiple else if statement. So now over here, as you guys can see, now I do have the value as age 7. So now if I just go to my server here, it shows that you are a kid. So if I just come over here and if I just turn this value to 18, Control S, let's come over here. Here it shows me that you just turned 18. But now if I just come here and if I change the value to 22, Control S to save it. Let's go to my live server and here it shows me that you are above 18. Okay, so this is how uh if else ladder works inside the JavaScript. Okay, so I hope you guys to have understood. So first you have to make sure that you type the if statement, then you define your condition. If you want to put more condition inside one programming, you guys can use the else if statement. If the else if statement and the if statement are false, automatically you guys can put the else statement, and whatever will be printed over here, it will just print it under your console according to your command. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 13, where I'll be showing you guys about loops in JavaScript. Okay, so we'll be learning about how the loops work and what are the different kind of loops available inside JavaScript that we can use to build our website. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here at the same JavaScript file in which I do have showed you guys about the conditional statements. Okay, so over here, let me just comment this out and let me name this one as loops, as we're gonna learn about loops over here into this particular chapter. So now, to understand about loop, first we need to understand that in our last classes, we do have learned that what an array is and how you will be able to create up an array. So before starting to understand about loops, we need to understand that there are different kind of loops. So let's start with the for loop at first. Okay. So we're gonna start with for loop, and you already know that if you do want to create a variable, or let's say if you want to create an array, which is a variable as well, I will just type var, and now let's name this one as array. Okay, so I will just type array right over here. Let's put equals to, otherwise instead of writing array, let's type array 1 and let's put equals to sign. And to do that, let's come here and let's open up my square bracket over here. Okay, so once I have opened up the square bracket, let's come here and let's try to get different kind of values. Okay, so let me just go with 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and let me just go on with 17. Okay, and over here you already know that if I don't use the semicolon as well, it will work, but it's good practice that if we use the semicolon over here. So let's click on enter, and as you guys can see that over here now I do have created this array 1 over here. So now if I just come here and if I just type console.log, and after writing console.log, if I want to get access to this array one, like if I want to see all the elements of array one, so I will just click on the array one right over here. And now let's put out the semicolon. Let's just go to this HTML file. Let's right click. Let's open this up in live server. Right click. Let's go to the inspect option. Here you guys can see that I do have array. And if I just drop this one down, or let's say I will just come over here. Let's go to my JS file and Control S to save it. Let's come here, and here now you guys can see that I do have all the things available in my array. Okay, so here you guys can see totally I do have 7 components over here, or 7 elements, and here you guys can see each one of these individual options over here. So now let's say from here, if you want to get access to each of the elements inside individually, what are you gonna do? Okay, so there are some easy ways to get access to that. So if I want to do that particular thing right over here, let's click on enter, and here I'll be showing you guys the usage of the for loop. Okay, so over here also you guys can just come here, and let's say if you just try to put out the square bracket, or let's put out their index number. Okay, so we do have learned about index numbering as well. Control S. Let's come over here, and this is how you guys can individually get access. Okay, but if you don't want to do, let's say if I want to come here, I need to come here, put out the square bracket, then again I have to write their index number individual. So instead of doing that, if I want to use loop over here, so now let me just start with the for loop. So first I will just type for, let's give it up a space, and now in this particular for loop, I'm going to make out a variable. Okay, so for that I will just type var, as you guys already know, and I can just name my var anything. Let's go with a, and now let's give it up a space. Let's put equal to, and now I will put the value, or the value of my var over here as 0. Okay, so I will just put the value of a as 0, and I will just put out the semicolon, and let's come here, and now I will put that a should be less than. Okay, so here now I have put out the variable, and here now I'm putting out the condition what I want my loop to follow. Okay, so I'm telling that, well, here the value of a is 0, and condition for me over here is that, let's come here, let's give it up a space. You guys, if you guys don't use the space as well, it's fine, because I'm just trying to make it look better, that you guys can see it and understand it in a better way. Okay, so a is less than a r r a y 1. Okay, so I'm just putting out the variable which I do have over here on top, and now I will just click on dot, and here you guys can see you guys can use the length. Okay, so my condition over here is a is less than array1 dot length. Okay, so you guys know that what do you mean by length, which is like the index numbering. Okay, so it will just count the total number. So if you just count the total number here, you guys will be able to see that the index numbering starts from 0. So if you just come over here, let me just give it out a space, let me comment this one out. The index numbering is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, as you do have 7 elements over here, and over here 0 is taking out the first number. So in that case, I'm taking that, well, over here now you need to make sure that you are going to print a every time it is less than the length of the arrow 1. Okay, so this is the conditions which I have explained. Let me put out a semicolon over here. And also, I'm telling that each time you finish this condition, let me take A and I'm going to put a double plus. Okay, so double plus over here basically means that you are just adding one. Okay, so let's come here, let's put out a colon. So let me just comment this one out as well. So A plus plus is equal to A plus 1. Okay, so that's the thing. Don't get confused over here. Well, so now, as you guys can see, I will have this particular command over here. Now, I will just click on enter, or let's go back. Let's come here. Otherwise, let's click on enter. Let me just delete this one out. And over here, as this is a for loop and I do have too many conditions over here. So let me just come here and let me just put this thing inside of a parenthesis. Okay. So let me just come here. Let me just put everything inside this particular parenthesis. And now let me just open up my curly bracket. Let's click on enter. And here you guys can see now this one over here is basically indented. So my comment is basically going to be console.log. Let's open parenthesis. And now over here, I am going to type array1, okay, which is the name of the var1 over here. And let's open up the square bracket. And I'm going to name the variable which I do have created right over here. Okay, so this var, let's come here and let me just put the var also inside. Okay, so let me just give this one up a space. Let's put up a space over here as well. So as you guys can see, now my comment is var a is equal to 0, and if the number of a is less than the array length, which is 6, then it will just add every time once it has passed, and it will just print it. Okay, and once it comes over here, it prints the number. Again, it will come to this for loop, and till the time it will keep on printing that it doesn't get false. Okay, because the time will come where it will see, well, the value of a is 7 right now. So 7 is not less than 7, but if I put equal to or less than or equal to, then it will print, but not now. Okay, so it will basically stop there and it will show me my result. So let me just see this one over here in my website. So as you guys can see here, it's just printing each and every of these elements individually. So, well, this was about the for loop. And the next thing, what we're gonna learn over here is basically about the for each loop. Okay. So here, the same thing which you have did inside the for loop, if you want to do it easily or like within a few sentences, let me come over here and let me just comment this one out first. Let's come down, let's click on enter over here again. So for that, what you guys can do is first, you guys can just type the name of the variable, which is array1. And after that, you guys can just type for each. Okay, so over here you guys can see that you guys can mention for each. Let's open parenthesis, and over here you guys can just mention a particular function inside. Okay, and again create up a parenthesis, and over here you guys can just name this one up anything you want. Let's say I will just call this particular function as numbers. Okay, so if I just call this one numbers, here you guys can see inside the first parenthesis, I do have call for a function, and the function is known as numbers. Okay, so let's come here. Let's open up the square bracket. Let's click on enter. And here now inside, I can say that console dot log numbers. Okay, so here you guys can see. Now I will just put numbers over here. So now let's come back down over here and let's me close down my parenthesis over here. And now if I just click on Control S again and over here if I come, you guys can see that I will have the same outcome over here back as well. Okay. So if I just clear up my console, let's go to my VS Code, Control S, and let's come here. You guys can see getting the same answer right over here with array. Okay. So if you want to individually get access to the numbers of your array or the elements inside the array, you guys can use the for loop. Otherwise, you guys can use the for each loop as well, where it will just end your particular thing with very small equation. Whereas in for loop, you guys need to put out the value of the var. Here, you need to put out the conditions. Then you need to put that how much do you want to add to it, and make sure that after that you put the console.log, name your variable, and also what you want to print. Okay, but here in for each loop you just need to mention the function and the function will work accordingly. Okay, so now we're gonna learn about while loop. So for working with the while loop, let's come here and let me just comment out my for each loop as well. Okay, so over here, while using the while loop, here we need to type out the variable. But how you used to do, like we just used to type var for variable, right? But over here, what we guys can do is we guys can just type let. Okay, so we guys can just use let over here, and after typing let's click on W, or let's make a variable, and I will just put W is equal to 0. Okay. And now let me put out the semicolon over here. Let's click on enter. And here now I have first defined W is equal to 0. Okay. So this is the value of W. And now I'm going to use my while loop over here. So for that, now let's type while. Okay. And after typing while, let's open parenthesis over here. And first, I am going to put out the condition. Okay, like what condition I do want it to follow. Let's say W is going to be less than the length of the array is 1. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have the array 1. Okay, so my condition over here is that W should be equals to array dot 1. Okay, so once this is basically done, let's come over here. Let's open up the curly bracket. Let's click on enter. And now let's type console dot log ARR, and let's open up the square bracket, and I will just mention the name of this variable which I have created is W. Okay, so if you just take out a look what all have I mentioned first and how the while loop will basically work. Okay, so first thing the while loop is going to do is they'll come right over here. Otherwise, if you do want to copy this one and bring this one down, Control X, let's come here, let's click on enter, Control V. Okay, so now you guys will understand it in a better way. Well, so here you guys first will see that, well, let W equals to 0. So here this is the value of the variable. And once you come inside the while loop will see, well, the condition over here is if W is less than array1, then only I can move forward and go to console.log and basically print. Okay. And once they see that, well, this particular statement over here is basically true, well, I can come here and I can just print this thing up. But now let's come down and let's put 1 to W. Okay, like you want to plus 1 to W. So what you can do is W, and after that you guys can just put plus plus. And now let's close this down with colon as well. And once it comes to this third line of the while loop, it will see that, well, the first value of W was 0. So once it comes down after printing, it sees, well, they're telling me to plus 1 to it. Okay, so we have already seen that the total length over here of this particular while loop is basically 6. Okay, so over here it will just add 1, and next time when it will come over here into the while loop, its value will be 1, and it will check if the statement is true or not with the condition. Then it will print again, then it will plus 1 to it. So one time it will come that the value of W will become 7. And over here, now let's check this one out inside my console as well. Okay, so if I just put 7 less than 7, and if I click on enter, here you guys can see that it shows me this is a false statement. Well, once the statement is false, it won't print out again. Okay, so it will just stop printing right over here, and that's how a while loop basically works. Okay, so over here, if I just click on Control S, and now if I just go to my console, here you guys can see here it's showing me that unexpected identifier, which is W. Okay, so let's come over here again. So over here, where's the problem with my statement? Well, here you guys can see inside console.log, I just made this problem. So it's going to be ARRAY1, which is array1. So Control S again. Let's come here. Let's clear out this. Let's go to this particular option from here, Control S to save it. Or totally, let's come here. Let's just change this to J. Well, let's come here. Let's name this one as J. And also over here, I will just name this one as J. Okay. So Control S to save it. And again, over here, it's basically showing me this particular error. So if I just come here and if I just refresh this page, or let me just close this thing down, Control S to save it. And let me check that did I go over here, like did I go on top and did I just close everything down? Like did I comment these things out? Well, so I will come here, Control S to save it. And here, now again, let's go to my HTML file. Let's right click and let's open this with my live server. Let's go to the inspect option. And here now you guys will be able to see the changes. Control S to save it. Control S. Let's come over here, and inside this particular console, now you guys will be able to see all these things. Okay, so if I just come here, Control S. So let's come over here, let's right click, and you guys can just format this particular document which is there. Control S again. And if you just come over here inside your console, you guys can see it's printing you each and every element inside the array1. Okay, so this is about the while loop right over here. And also I will be showing you guys about the do while loop. Okay, so there is no much difference between the do while loop and the while loop. So first you do have to type do. Let's open up the curly bracket, and inside it you guys can type the same thing, which is this console.log this array1, this particular statement. Control C, and let's put Control V to paste it. And after that, let's click on enter, and over here you guys can just type J plus plus, okay, which means that it will just add one every time it loops, okay. And after that, once this is done, let's come here, and inside this, now let's type while, okay. So over here now, I will just type while. And now again, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, I'm going to take out this condition inside the while loop. So let's click on Control V, and now let's close this down with a colon. And for that, let's come here and let me just comment all of these things out, and let's comment this out as well. And here now you guys will be able to see that console.log array1 equals to j, okay, otherwise array1. And now let's come over here and let's try to run this one down, okay. So if you just come over here, you guys can see I am just getting out the same answer which I had got uh, later as well, okay. But now one thing you guys will change. Let's say if I just come here and if I just change the value of j to, let's say, 12, okay. But over here the length of array1 is basically 6, so there will be an error. But here, if you're using the do while loop, it won't show you an error, instead it will show you undefined. But without looking at the condition over here, it will just run out first, okay. It will just run once, okay. Like if you do want to run any comment once, you guys can use this do while loop. So Control S, so let's come over here. Here you guys can see it's showing me as undefined instead of showing me any kind of error. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood about loops. So we do have understood about the for loop, we do have understood about the for each, we do have then understood about the while loop, and lastly, I do have told you guys about the do while. So now let's try to understand about break and continue statements. Okay, what are those over here into this chapter? So to understand better about the for loop and about about the break statement and the continue statement, let me just come here and let me just comment all of these things out first. Let me just comment this thing out as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out this var, Control X, and let's bring it down over here. And over here now, let's click on Control V, and I'm going to use the for loop, which we do have learned in our last classes. Okay, so let's bring this for loop right over here, which I have over here in top. Control C to paste it, and Control V to paste. Okay, like to copy is Control C and Control V to basically paste it. Let's come here and let's comment in this particular for loop. So over here, you guys can basically see over here that, well, my command over here was till the time var is less than the length of the array1 variable, it will keep on printing. So let me just come over here. Let me just delete this particular line which I had. And let's come here and now let's add up a new line. Let's say if I just add if over here, and if I just give out another condition over here, let's say if a, which is this variable over here, a is equal to, so if I do want to compare anything, I need to use the double equal to, and let's say if I tell 2, or let's come here, if double equals to is equal to 3, then I want to break my particular statement. Okay, so if I do want to break this particular statement, let's open out the curly bracket, let's click on enter, and over here now I am going to type break. Okay, so if I just type break, let's put out the semicolon, and now if I just run this particular code, okay, let's click on Control S. Let's come here, and here you guys can see it's just printing out the index number 0, 1, and 2, because over here I do have mentioned that, well, when the value of a is equal to 3. So I'm comparing it with what? So over here, basically, I am comparing it with the number of the length of the array1 variable. Okay, so over here, now I have mentioned if the value of a is becoming a3. Okay, if the value is becoming a3, you need to break thing out. So it will just keep printing till the number 2, and once this particular if statement is becoming true, it will just break and it will come out of the loop eventually. Okay, so it won't print anything after that, and it will just go out to the next function or the next coding, and it will just come out of that loop quite like that using the break statement. Okay, so this was about the break statement, and now let's try to understand about the continue statement. Okay, so over here you guys can see, now if I just type continue, okay, so here you guys can see, if I just type the continue statement, here you guys can see what is there at the number of index number in the array1. So here you guys can see 0, 1, 2, and 3. So 14 is basically the index number 3, which I have mentioned over here. So here it will just keep this number 14, and instead of this it will just print everything else present in the variable right over here. So Control S, and if you just come here, you guys can see instead of 14, it is just printing each and everything right over here because the number 14 was present inside the 3 number index. Okay, so over here you guys can just change the index number, and that is how you guys can use the continue and the break statement inside your loops. So yeah, I hope this class was clear. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14, where I'll be showing you guys about different kind of methods in array. So we do have already learned about what an array is, how you will be able to store different kind of data types inside your array. So we'll be learning different kind of methods which will give you a different outcome over here inside. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see again at the JavaScript file. And now I will just come here and let me name this one as array methods. Okay, so I will just name this one as array methods, and let me just comment this thing out, and let's come down over here. And from here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys by making a new variable. So let me just type let, and now let me just name my array. Okay, let's name this one as diff elements. Okay, so I will just name this one as diff elements. Let's put equal to, and now let's open up my square bracket, and inside this one I'm going to put different kind of data types. Okay, so let me just open double parenthesis, let me just type Nicholas. Let's come here, let's put double quote, and over here now let's type board. Let's come here, and over here now let me also put few numbers. Okay, and also I will put out a null, and over here let me just put out a boolean value as well. So you guys can just put anything whatever you want. So as you guys can see over here, I do have already created up an array. So over here now let me show you guys about different kind of array methods. Okay, so over here the first method that we're gonna talk about over here is you guys need to make sure that you mention the name, which is div elements dot length. Okay, so over here you guys can see div elements dot length, and what it's going to do is it's going to print you guys the length of how many objects are over here inside this div length. So for that, now let me just go with console.log and let's type console.log. Let's open parenthesis over here and let's close out the parenthesis. Let's close this down with a semicolon as well. Control S to save it. And if you just go back to your console here, you guys can see it's showing you the answer of 5, which means that the length of your array is basically 5. Okay, so here you guys can use this particular method, which is dot length. So now let's come over here and let's try to see the use of my okay, different lengths dot pop. So for that, now let's come over here again, and over here now if I just type the name, which is div elements dot pop. Okay, so let me just come here and let me just type dot pop. So what this particular thing will basically do is it will just come over here and it will just pop out the last element inside your array. So the last element inside this particular array is false. Okay, so if I just come over here and now I will just type console.log and I will just name what I do want to print, which is the variable called different elements. Okay, so I will just come over here and now control S to save it. And if I just come over here, you guys can see it's showing me the option like here. Now it's showing me that there are 4 objects. And here in the 4 objects, I do have Nicholas, board 23 and now. And I don't have the last object right over here, which was false inside this different elements array. Okay, so this is the usage of different like this is the use of the dot pop method. So I will just comment this thing out and let's come down over here and let's try to check out other elements as well. Okay, so the other element which we're gonna talk over here is, let's come here, let's copy this thing out, control C, let's come here, control V dot, and I'm going to use called push. Okay, so if I just use the method called push, and over here now I can basically add up a element inside. Let's say I want to add out a string. So over here I can just type Nathan. Okay, so let's say I do want to add Nathan over here and control S to save it. Now let's come here. You guys can see now the total number of elements is basically 6. Okay, and here Nathan is also being added inside the different elements array. Okay, so this is the usage of the dot push method. So let me just come here, control slash to comment this thing out. This is the use, and let me just type again different elements and let me show you guys about a different method known as shift. Okay, so if I just come here and if I just type dot shift, let's open parenthesis over here, and now I will just close this thing down with a semicolon, control S to save it. And now if I just go to my browser, here you guys can basically see that here it had removed the first object which I had. Okay, so over here they have basically removed the first object which I had over here, and here it's showing me that board 23 null and false is present, but the first element which I had over here in my array, which was Nicholas, is absent. Okay, so using this dot shift method, you guys can basically work quite like this. So now let me just show you guys similar to that, or you guys can also say it just the opposite, which is known as unshift. Okay, so if I just come here and if I just type unshift, okay, and instead of doing it quite like this, if I come over here and let me mention that I want to keep this thing constant. Okay, so over here now I will just type const, okay, and let me just give it up a space which is different elements. But what I'm gonna do is I'm going to type over here a new variable which is new length. Okay, so I will just type new length is equal to the length of diff elms dot unshift. And as I'm going to add another object, let's say I will come here, let's open double parenthesis, and I will just type valen. Okay, so I just want to add valen inside this number. And now here, what will happen is basically you guys can see now I do have all the elements over here, which is in total 5 elements inside my array. And first I'm just printing out the number or the length. And after that, I'm telling here that there is a variable called new length. Okay, which is going to be equals to double elements dot unshift, that it will add valen as well inside this, which will become 6. Okay, so now Control S to save it. And if you just take out a look, you guys can see now I had first 5 elements and now the number of elements is 6, and valen is being added at first instead of being added at last using the push method. Okay, so over here we do have used the unshift method, and this is how you guys can use this one over here as well. So now from here, let's go to the web. Okay, and from here, if I just clear out my console, let me show you guys some of the methods, array methods over here as well. So if I just type console dot log, and if I just come here and if I just name diff elements dot to string, so what it will do is basically it will turn all the elements which are present inside this particular array will basically turn into a string. So if I just click on enter here, it's showing me an error, but here let's go with diff elements dot to string. Okay, so here you guys can see, and if I click on enter here, you guys can see it showing me the native code. And the thing which I do have missed over here is, let's come here, let's copy this thing again. I do need to put out a parenthesis at last. Okay, so over here, let's put out the parenthesis, and if I click on enter here, you guys can see it's been turned into uh this particular statement. Okay, so over here now the same thing, if I just come here and let's type uh diff elements, okay, this particular array, and if I just type dot sort, okay, if you want to sort all of your objects, let's come here, and if I just click on enter here, you guys can see it is just sorting out all the elements which I had inside. So first it's putting the number, then I do have the string, then the boolean value, and lastly I do have the null. Okay, so the same way, so to make you guys understand it in a better way, let's come here and let's type t is equal to, let's create an array. Okay, and let me just type 1 or 1 8 9, 4, 6, and if I just close this particular array and if I just come down over here, okay, let me just come down over here, and if I just give the command t dot sort, okay, so over here now I do have commanded t dot sort, and if I click on enter, here you guys can see it is just sorting me all these numbers accordingly. So first come 1, then come 4, then come 6, then comes 8, and then comes 9. So you guys can sort it, and also with the use of the strings as well. Basically it turns into a string. You will understand that if you do have double digits over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope this class was clear. And there are a lot of more arrays inside, which you guys can go into your web. And if anywhere you just type array methods in JavaScript, you guys will get different kind of websites from where you guys can get access to those arrays, and like you guys can get access to those array methods and can use it in your work. So yeah, I hope this class was clear. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript Beginners Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 15, where we'll be learning about different kind of string methods. Okay, so over here in this particular chapter, we will learn different kind of methods that we can use inside a string. In our last class, we do have learned about different methods in an array, but here we'll be specifically talking only about string manipulation or different string methods. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the same JavaScript page. So let me come down over here and let me just name this one as string methods. And let's come down, and you guys already know that how you guys will be able to create up and variable and how a string looks like. Okay, so instead of var, let's use let, and now I will name this one as my string. Okay, and let's put equals to sign, and to write out a string you need to make sure that your string is always inside a quotation. Okay, so now I will just type Bellingham is a great footballer. Okay, so here you guys can see that I do have this particular statement written right over here. Okay, so as I've told that this is a string which consists of different words and different kind of letters. Okay, so over here, if you do want to shorten it, you guys can shorten it. But if you do want to come here and if you do want to check what is the length, so for that now you just need to type console.log. Let's open parenthesis, and over here I will just put my string dot length. Okay, so my string dot length, and now Control S to save it. Let's come over here, and you guys can see the total length of the string is 32. So you guys can basically count over here. The spaces also is counted as one. So you guys can just take a count. Okay, but this is the easiest way to see that what is basically the length of a page, or what is the length of your string over here. You guys can basically check using this. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically find. And the next thing what I want to do is, if I want to specifically search about anything, let's say I do want to specifically search about this word or the index number of this particular word, which is Bellingham. Okay, so for that, let's come over here and now let's click on enter. And over here now, I will just type console.log my string dot index of. Okay, so the method which I'm going to use is index of, and after typing index of, you just need to make sure that you mention what you want to search inside that. So let's open double quote, and over here now let's type Bellingham. Okay, so I will just type Bellingham. Okay, and if you do want to run this, Control S, let's go to my console. And over here, you guys can see it's showing me 0. Okay, so over here, you need to understand that it will show you where it basically starts. Okay, so the same way, if you do want to come here and if you do want to see the index of is, so I will just type is. Let's go to my console, and here you guys can see it's 11. Okay, but now over here, let's say if you do have the same, let's say I do have Bellingham twice inside my string, so I'll just click on Control C. Let's give it up a space, Control V over here, and now I will just type Bellingham over here, Control S to save it. And now if I just come here into my console, here it's not going to show me the index of the second same word which I had inside my string. Okay, so this is how it actually works. So if you do want to find out the index of the last word, okay, like if you do want to find out the index of this Bellingham, okay, so for that, instead of using this index of, you guys can use the method known as last index of. Okay, so you guys can come here, Control S to save it. And now if you come over here, let's come here and let me just close this thing down, which is last index of. Control S to save it. Let's come over here. Here it shows me 33. Okay, so which is basically over here. Okay, so this is where 33 is, because if you do want to find the total length, which is 43, and 43 minus 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10, so here you guys can see, well, the indexing is up to the mark. Okay, so these are a few of the methods used inside string. Let me come here, and using control slash, I will just comment those things out. Let's click on enter, and from here now let me tell you guys about a different one. So from here, let's say I want to replace anything inside my string. Okay, so for that, I will just type my string equal to, or I will just type my string dot replace. And here now I will just open parenthesis, and let me just open quote, and here I will just type Bellingham. Let's come here. I just want to replace Bellingham with Foden. Okay, so let me just type Foden right over here. And now what I'm gonna do is I do want to print, or let me just make this one a new variable. Okay, so I can just type let, otherwise I can also not use let, or let's type if is equal to my string. Let's click on enter. Let's put if is equal to my string, or let me just put console.log, and let me just put F over here. Okay, so let's come here, Control S to save it. And if you just come here, if you just take out a look, okay, so if you come here, Control S to save it. So over here, let me also check out the spelling, that the spelling is correct or not. Over here, yeah, the spelling is correct. And if I just come here in my console, here you guys can see that it is just changing the first instance of the word. Okay, so if I do want to replace the first word, it will just replace the first word basically for me. And here, as you guys can see, I do have this particular word at last as well. It is not changing me the last one over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope this class was clear on how you guys will be able to use different kind of string methods inside your JavaScript. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the JavaScript beginners tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 16, where I'll be showing you guys about the DOM manipulation in JavaScript. Okay, so we'll learn that what a DOM manipulation is, how you will be able to do that in your JavaScript or inside your website. So the full form of DOM is basically the data object model, like how you'll be able to manipulate that, change its color and stuff, use the CSS and all. We'll be learning all of this here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, this is basically the website in which we were working on. Okay. So we are going to learn about DOM manipulation. So we need to understand that what a DOM basically is. Okay. So if I just create up a new page over here in my, here, this is basically the DOM of the Google page. If I just go to any kind of website, let's say this is Pexels, this is the DOM of Pixels, okay? And the same way, if I come here, let's say if I go to Pixabay, here you will be able to see the DOM of Pixabay. So this is basically called the DOM, okay, which is the document object manipulation. And over here, if I want to view what is the name of this particular document or what is the address of this document, then I can just type document over here on my console, and once I click on enter, here you guys are able to see that what is the address. Okay, and if you just click on this particular arrow here, you will guys will also be able to check individually whatever is present inside the head, whatever is present inside the body. Okay, so here you guys can see about the head. Over here you guys can check inside the body from here. Okay, so once you click on document, and this is basically the information of this particular document over here, okay, which you can see on my left hand side. Let me just close down the other websites over here, and from here, if you just type document dot location, okay, so here if I just type document dot location, if I click on enter, here you guys can basically see a lot of information and a lot of model, or what to say, the methods of this particular document. Here you guys can see the method of origin, the path name, the toString, the replace method, and a lot more. Okay, so let me just come over here. Let me just go back down. And I have already showed you guys that what a DOM is. The full form of that is basically the document object model. Okay, so we need to understand about that. And over here, if I just clear this particular console, and let's say from here, now let's go to my VS Code. Okay, and here in my VS Code, you guys can see that inside my body, I do have this particular ID. Okay, so over here, I do have this particular ID. So here you guys can see that I do have actually created a button as well. Okay, so I do have named this particular button as click. Okay, so over here, if I wanna get this particular button inside my console, so for that, what I need to do is I need to come here and I need to type document dot get element by ID. Okay, so over here you guys can see I will just take the get element by ID, and now I can have multiple IDs. Okay, but not with the same name. So if I want to get that, let's come here and let's type what was the name of that ID, which was click. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just type click, let's close down the parenthesis, and now I need to select that what do I want to do with that particular ID. So if I just type click over here, let's open and close parenthesis, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see it is showing me undefined. Okay, so over here basically it is actually showing me undefined over here, but you guys did notice as this doesn't have any command yet inside this click here button, but it did a click over here onto this particular button. Okay, so over here now, if you want to inspect this individual, let's come here. Here you guys can see I do have uh, the ID, which is click, and also I can see the inside content over here. And let's say from here, now if I do want to copy this, let's come here, let's click on copy, let's click on paste, and from here, now I want to change the style of the border. Okay, so I can access the style of my page as well, which is actually known as the manipulation. So I will just type style dot, and then I need to select what I want to manipulate. Okay, let's say I want to manipulate the size or the color of the border. Okay, so I will just put equal to, and let's put single quote, and let's type red. Okay, so let's come here, let's type red, and if I click on enter, here you guys can see now I'm not able to see it over here. Okay, I do have written get element by ID, and now let's come right over here and let's copy this particular thing. Okay, right click, let's click on copy, let's come here, let's paste it up, and over here now let's type red, or let's type 5 pixel red. Okay, so if I come here and if I just click over here, here basically it will actually change the color. Okay, so here you guys can see again, like now the color have basically changed of this one. Okay, so over here now you guys can actually do that. And again, if you just come back right over here into your index .html file, from here you will be able to basically manipulate the CSS of your particular website. Okay, so let's say from here now you guys can see that we do have learned that we can't name the same ID in different places, but we can do it in case of a class. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have the class name as container, and also over here I do have the class named as container as well. So for that, now let's come right over here and let's try to put out a style. So for that, over here now let's click on enter, and from here I will just type style. So I will just take this style tag over here. Now let's click on enter, and now I will just type dot container and let's open up this curly bracket. And after opening up this particular curly bracket, let's come here and let's see what all do I want to change. Okay, so let me just first go with the border. Okay, so I will just type border, then I will put colon, and after that, let's put 3 pixels solid blue. Okay, so I will just type 3 pixels solid blue. Let's come here and let's click on enter. Let's go down. So now if you come here into my live website, here you guys will be able to see that there is this particular border colored as blue. Okay, so here now in both of this part, okay, because this both of this part basically do have the same class, and it is actually defined as the container. So over here I do have both the classes. Okay, and here now I can just basically add more. Okay, so if I do want to add margin, let's say I will just type margin. Now let's put on colon. And over here, I can select that where exactly I want to put out the margin. Let's say 0 over here and 3 pixels on the side. And also let's come here, let's put out the semicolon. And if I just go here, here you guys will be able to see the changes. Control S. Let's come here. Here you are not able to see much changes, but the same way if I come here, let's go 3 pixels, Control S, and here now it doesn't look that great. So I will just come here and let me just change this one to the margin of 3 pixels over here and 0 on the sides. Okay, so I will just come here. Let's put 3 pixels and over here, Control S to save it. Now let's come here and let's check. And here you guys can see now both are in different boxes. Okay, so here you guys can see the changes, the like how it used to look before, how it looks now. Let's come here, and if you want to change the color of the background, so you guys can just come here, type background, let's put out colon, and after putting on colon you guys can just type any color you want. Let me just go with yellow, so let me just put out semicolon. Control S to save it. Now let's go to my website, and here you guys can see now the background color of both of this class have also changed. So this is how you guys can work with the CSS, and this is how you can manipulate your document object model, which is your website basically. Okay, so let's come here, and also now as you guys can see, now if I just take you back, okay, to the website, here you guys can see the spaces on the sites. By default, if you don't want this particular spaces as well, you guys can basically remove that over here. Okay, but now let's come here, and if you want to change up the padding, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can change up the padding in both the classes. Okay, so let me just put 12 pixels as the padding. Okay, then again, I will just put out the semicolon, Control S to save it. Let's come here, and here you guys can see the spacing have basically increased between both the lines, and it have increased the padding over here. Okay, so now let me just try to get rid of the lines. If you do want to do that, you guys can also come here, and for that, now let's go on top into the style tag, and from the style tag, let's click on enter. Let's come down, let's put the asterisk, and after putting on the asterisk, I will just put on the curly braces. And now let's click on enter, and over here now, as I don't want any margin, so I will just type margin, then colon, and I'll just type 0 semicolon. And over here also I don't want any padding, So in that particular case, also I will just put colon and I'll just type 0 and I will just put out the semicolon, Control S to save it. And now here, if you take a look, now on the left hand side of my page, the space which I had by default, I don't have anything right now. Okay, both of this thing is being occupied. So now over here, as we do have understood how you will be able to manipulate, let's come to my JS file. And over here now, let me just tell you guys about few of the methods of DOM manipulation. Okay, so I will just type DOM manipulation. Let's click on enter and let's come down and let me just tell you guys over here. So first, what I need to do is I need to create up a variable. So over here now, the first thing which we have learned is how you will be able to target an element by their ID. Okay, so I will just write a variable. Let's say, uh, let me just type Ellie. Let me just type ment, and I will just give equal to. And now, if I want to get access to my document, so I will just type document get element by ID, which is already over here. And now let's come here. Let's open up the parenthesis. Let's open up my double quote and let me just type click. Okay, so if you do want to click onto this one, so let me just type click. You guys can write this one. And now again, console.log. Let's open parenthesis and let's name element. Okay, so over here I do have element, and if I just come here you guys will be able to see it in its console. Okay, so over here you guys can see that you are able to target this particular ID, okay, or this particular identifier using the name. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically do that. And the same way, let's come here into my VS Code, and from here now let's click on enter, and let's say I want to get class. Okay, so I will just again type let, and let me just name this one as lm la class. Okay, so I will just name this one as LA class. And if you want to identify that one, so I will just type document dot get element by class. Okay, so you guys might be thinking, well, it's very hard to type that. So I'll just tell you guys a shortcut which is basically available in most of the IDEs which you're gonna use. So first, let's say I want to put get element by class name. Okay, so I will just put the first word of each, like the first letter of each and every word. So which is G, E, by for B, and I will just type C, and then I will just type in. And if I just click on enter here, you guys can see I will just get the full thing over here. Okay, so get element by class name. And now as I do have two container, okay, so if you do want to see here, you guys can see I do have two containers right over here. So under this particular class there is container, and here also in the class I do have container, which signifies both the line. Okay, so if I want to check out their location as well, okay, so for that again, let's come to my VS Code, let's go to my JS file. So I will just name, so for that let's open the double quote and let's type container, and now let's click on enter and let's print console.log. Let's open parenthesis and let's name LA class. Okay, so I do have LA class over here. Control S to save it. And if you just go to your console right now, here you guys can see that now you do have both of this class. So here you guys can see it shows you that you do have two classes. So here you do have the first class and here you do have the second class. So now let's say now I don't want both of its color or both of this class's color to be in yellow. Let's say I want to change the down one. Okay. So I want to change the background color of this down one. So in that case, what I can basically do is I can just basically go to my VS Code, but let me just show you guys that here, as I do want to change the container number one. Okay, so here you guys can see this top one is basically known as zero, as the index numbering starts from zero. So I'll just come here as I want to change that line. So that is the number zero. So for that, now let's go to my VS Code. Let's come here. And from here, now let's type LM class, or here you guys can see LA class. And now let me just open up my square bracket, and from here I am going to type 1. And once I have defined that which particular class I want to work using, which particular class name, so I will just put dot, and I will just type style dot background. Okay, not the style map. Basically, I will just change this one to style. And let's come here, style dot background. And after that, let's put equal to. Now let's open up the bracket, and over here, let's say I want to change the color to blue. Okay, so if I do want to change it to blue, I will just type blue, Control S to save it. And if I just come over here, you guys can see now the color of this second box or the second class over here have changed individual. So I do have two different colors in both the same classes. So I can just target that, and I can just manipulate the CSS over here of these things. So yeah, I hope you guys to have understood or got a knowledge about what DOM manipulation is, how it actually works, how you'll be able to do it from inside your HTML file. Okay, you guys can basically add more classes to it. If you do want to add more classes, you guys can add more classes. You guys can actually change up the existing options, like if you do want to change up the border, the margin, the background padding, and a lot of things. Like you guys can change the fonts being used. Okay, you guys can also do that. So yeah, I hope to see you all in some other chapter. I hope JavaScript basic is clear for you guys. So take care, everyone. Keep on learning and keep on practicing your JavaScript skills. Hello, everyone. So now this is the time for a class project where I'll be showing you guys by creating loop in JavaScript. Okay. So now let's see what are the steps we need to follow to create a loop in JavaScript. So over here, as you guys can see, the name of the class project is creating loop in JavaScript. Okay, so over here, now I do have a description and an outcome which you guys can refer for yourself. But for me, I will directly go on to the steps, what all we need to follow. Step 1, create your JavaScript file and connect it with your HTML file. Step 2, make your variable. Step 3, mention the loop you want to work with. It can be a for loop or a while loop. Step 4, mention the condition of your loop. Step 5, use console.log to print in your console. And the last step, which is step number 6, is you need to save the file and make sure to upload it in our project panel. So now let me go to my file or in VS Code, and let's see how it actually works. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I already do have my HTML file, And also I do have created this particular JS file. If you want to create new, you guys can come here, click on new file, and make sure to type the name. And at last, you can just put .js and it will turn into a JavaScript file. Okay, so I'm just doing it on the existing file in which we worked on. And from here, now we're gonna learn about loops. And over here, I'll be showing you guys by using the for loop or the while loop, let's say. And for that, the first thing what you need to do is you need to create an array. Okay, so for that now, let's type var, and I will name this one as class project, or let me just type class pro equal to, now let's open out the square bracket from here. And now let me just type few numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let me just type this one out. Let's click on enter, and over here now let's say let's a equal to 0. Okay, so here I do have created my variable, and I have also created a variable over here which where I have told that a is equal to 0. So let me just put on the colon over here. Let me just put on the colon over here as well. And now once I've mentioned that one over here, let me just mention that what kind of loop I want to use. So I will just type while. Okay, so I will just type while. I will give up a space, and now let's open up my parenthesis. Okay, so over here I will open parenthesis, and after opening the parenthesis I'm going to write out the condition. Okay, so as the value of a is 0, I have put this one in the while loop, and here you guys are able to see that the length of the array named as class pro is actually 4. Okay, as I do have 5 elements over here, the length is basically 4 in index number. So what I can do is I can come here, and from here now I can just put out a function like if a is less than 4, and over here now I will just type otherwise a is less than the class pro dot length. Okay, so over here I will just use this particular length function. So here basically my condition here is till the time the value of a is less than the length of this class pro variable, till the time it will keep on looping. Okay, so over here let's open out the square bracket, and after this what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and from here now I want to print it inside a console, right? So I will just type console, or let's come down, let's click on enter, or let me just come here and let's type console dot log. And over here, I want to mention that what I basically want to print inside my console. So inside my console, first thing first, I want to print out my variable, which is class pro. And inside the class pro variable, I also want to print the a variable specifically. So I'll just put out the square bracket, and I will just put a inside that. Okay, so over here I want to print this thing, and now again let's click on enter, and every time this is getting looped I want to add 1 to it. Okay, so for that I can just write out the variable, and also I can just put 2 plus, which means plus 1. Okay, so I can basically do that right over here, and you guys can see my loop is ready for execution. Okay, So if I just want to come here and if I just click on Control S to save it, I can come here and I can use Control S to save it. So over here, you guys can just put out the semicolon. So over here, you guys can basically put out the semicolon as well. And if you do want to check this one in the live server here, you guys can see all the variables or all the elements inside this particular variable or inside this particular array is being printed over here in my console individually. Okay, so here you guys can see 1 2 3 4 5, and after that it do have stopped over here. Okay, so that's how it basically works. But over here, if I just come and let's say if I just put the value 12 and Control S, here you guys will not be able to see anything because there is nothing to show, because at first only it is not being executed. Okay, so over here now I can just put one, or let's say if I do want to print only the three elements, then I can just give out the command accordingly, like I want to just put number 3 and stuff over here, and basically it will kind of work like that. So yeah, I hope this class was clear and you guys do have understood about the while loop. And once this is done, click on Control S, make sure to save your file. Okay, so just click over here, go to save as, and save it inside your system. Okay, wherever you do want to save it, wherever it's good for you, and make sure to upload this file into our project panel that we can check those out and get back to you guys. So take care everyone, and see you all in any other chapter. Take care everyone.